8.7 under brief updates. And that would be the December, what was it, 22nd?
Yes.
Committee of the whole meeting. Very good. Thank you, Ms. Nadal. Right, seeing nothing else, I have one item I would like to propose that we add to the agenda, and that is a letter which I circulated this morning from the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce requesting further opportunities for input and discussion on the 2021 budget. Councillors, I circulated that letter this morning. I would like to report that that letter is an outcome of a conversation on the telephone late in the day yesterday with Mrs. Pavlov, who contacted me in my capacity as deputy mayor and asking if it was at all possible to include this request in today's agenda. For the record, the reason it comes late is the meeting held by the chamber, which resulted in this request, was itself held late in the day Friday and after the agenda was already printed. So I have circulated that letter to council and would like to propose that we add that as item 10.2 under correspondence. So I would like to ask, prior to discussing whether either of those items should be included, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. And Mayor Ireland.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Butler, prior to that motion, I would like to add an item under other new business, and it relates to a letter of support with respect to the Jasper Community Housing Corporation initiative under the Rapid Housing Initiative. Just for information, really, for council and direction for the mayor.
Very good, thank you. So that is a third item to be added to the agenda, and I would add that under other new business, item 9.1, a letter of support for the JCHC. So with those three additions, I will just review them. Item 8.7 would be the December 22nd Committee of the Whole discussion. Item 10.2 would be a letter from the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce. Item 9.1 would be the topic of a letter of support in respect to the JCHC. Are there any further additions requested to the agenda, councillors? All right, there being none, and sorry, I should just check in, nothing further from administration, whom I can't see. Is there any further requests for additions to the agenda? All right, hearing none. Any discussion on addition of any of those items from council? Very good. Oh, sorry, I thought I had a motion, but I don't yet have a motion for approval of the agenda as amended. Councillor McGrath, thank you very much. All in favor of that motion? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Councillors, you have before you the agenda from the December 8th. Sorry, you have before you the minutes from the November 24th Committee of the Whole meeting. Are there any amendments or changes to those minutes required? Seeing none, could I have a motion to approve the minutes from the November 24th Committee of the Whole? I have that from Councillor Kelleher MP. Thank you. All in favor? Very good. Thank you very much. That is carried. That moves us straight into agenda item number 5. We have, I understand, a verbal report from the Emergency Coordination Center. And Ms. Nadon, is that you delivering that report?
Technically, I believe that is to be Mr. Van Tighem, but I do not see him
right.
on the. Well, here I am. So
I'm just having a look. Is Mr. Van Tighem outside on the meeting waiting? No, I don't see him anywhere. All right.
He did tell us.
Then,
Yeah.
On the fly, Ms. Nadon, I get you. Or is it Mr. Greathead? Sorry, I see a new addition onto the panel by telephone. I'm wondering if
That is Greg.
that is, all right. Well, whenever anyone is ready to proceed, we are ready to hear you. Thank you. Councillor Demotta, do you have a good joke for us?
Thanks for putting me on the spot.
Always a pleasure. You're the only one I couldn't see, so I picked you.
No, it's good.
Just refuse to answer the question.
Can I just refuse to answer you all day?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't know if if everyone's been following the December project, but I jokingly poked the bear in Joe Erie because we always have these hockey banters or had over the years.
You can hear me.
Anyway.
All right, we have Mr. Van Tiggen with us. Mr. Van Tiggen, we can hear you. Please proceed.
I apologize. I'm on my phone. I'm on another meeting with the Foothills Fire Smart Council right now, and I'm for some reason had connection problems there. I could barely hear anybody, but if you can hear me, I will proceed.
We can hear you. I can hear you. I gather, Council.
Thank you, Council and Your Worship. I guess it's good to be back. It's been a bit of a break from the last time I reported an ECC report to the Jasper Town Council and the people of the city of Jasper. As you're aware, I'm the Director of Emergency Management under the Municipal or the Emergency Management Act. Every municipality in Alberta is required to maintain an emergency plan and as well to appoint a Director of Emergency Management, or a DEM as we call it, and to follow the directions of the Alberta Emergency Management Agency throughout various acts and regulations. In Jasper, we had originally activated our ECC, which is our Emergency Coordination Center, virtually back in March 12th, and it was deactivated on June 15th. At the time of deactivation, the total of 7,453 COVID cases in Alberta, and there was 9 local cases. Today, a few months later, and we're back presenting, and we have a total of 68,566 active COVID cases in Alberta, as well as 47 active cases in Jasper. So we reactivated the ECC at the end of October, and presently right now we have 12 municipal staff that are virtually meeting once per week, and we use the Zoom platform. We're also working this time very closely with Sergeant Rick Badizi of the RCMP, as well as Doctors Unsworth and Wilson with the Jasper Cottage Medical Clinic. As in the past, for every operational period, which is a 1-week period, we set objectives for that period. Our objectives for the present operational period is firstly to maintain interagency communications, to ensure a concerted effort and a concerted community response, to disseminate messaging to assist Jasper residents, businesses, and seasonal staff to understand and to follow the current provincial health orders and directives, and any other additional local directives where applicable. Thirdly, to maintain essential municipal services and ensure that municipal staff, facilities, and services comply with the provincial health directives and the best practices. To maintain adequate inventory of personal protective equipment required for the daily operations and for the COVID-19 response activities. And lastly, to investigate options for providing temporary safe housing for persons unable to avoid contact with COVID-positive members of their home cohort. This last objective is looking to the future. It is not something we're actively into place. It's just we're doing some research, and the reason for that is some of you may be familiar that our partners down south in the town of Banff have an issue regarding staff accommodations. And the town of Banff has set up a program at the Banff Center, and they're providing space for the emergency social services staff to manage and to check in individuals that are required by the guidelines to isolate, but don't have probably a safe area to do that, given that they're living in closed quarters and staff housing. So basically, the ECC is just investigating this, and if we have to move forward, then our hope is that we'd be organized and able to do so. We have also started sending out our weekly ECC updates, and that's done through our communications department, and it's on the municipal website and various other medias. And the kind of key messages there is, as the cases increase in Jasper, that we cannot stress enough how important it is for each of us to continue following the current health directives. We have a shared responsibility as a community to remain vigilant and stop the spread. We are in enhanced status provincially, and enhanced status means that we have a number of cases in the community that, based on our population number, it crosses the target zone that Alberta Health has identified. And once you get into enhanced status, there's additional measures that have to be undertaken. So the most common two that we're dealing with right now is no indoor social gatherings in any settings are permitted, other than with your household cohort, and gatherings to a maximum of 10 people are up to a maximum of 10 people, providing you still keep the 2 meters distance, et cetera, to anybody who is not part of your household. Some of these government of Alberta health guidelines can become very confusing, and I understand that some people in the community could be confused, but what I would suggest is just to go onto the government of Alberta website. They have done a good job with their website. There's a lot of information there, but you just need to take the time to go through it. We have been involving and engaging with the Jasper physicians, and more recently, a message from our physicians was that Jasper residents who have tested positive for COVID-19 should
Hi,
contact.
Carolyn, can you hear me now? I just tried dialing in.
There's
I can
someone,
hear you pretty good, Andrea.
someone
Is it
speaking.
clearer than before? Yeah, a lot better.
Hang on a sec here. I've got to mute this other one if I can.
Good, good. So I just got my
So I can figure out how to do it. Okay, I apologize for that. I had 2 meetings going. So Jasper residents who have tested positive for COVID-19 should contact the Cottage Medical Clinic at 852-3344 for assistance with contact tracing, symptoms monitoring, and determining isolation requirements. I think that's very important that people follow up on that advice and use that resource. At our last meeting, Dr. Unsworth had come with a report regarding the masking bylaw, basically looking for an expansion on how the present bylaw looks, so expanding it to all workplaces, indoor workplaces, as well as even if you have plexiglass barriers in place and things like that. His direction was to expand the masking bylaw to all indoor workspaces. And the other thing we talked about with Dr. Declan was we called it Hotel Row, but basically expanding the masking from the downtown core down to the sort of the actual hotels, which would be down Main Street, down to Sawridge or on Geeky from Lobstick up to Jasper and that type of thing. And the other thing too that's been suggested from the doctors is that they're also recommending that eyewear is a very, very beneficial PPE to use, and they're suggesting that we should recommend to everybody that not only to be wearing the mask, but also eyewear is very, very good at protecting from the airborne particles. The eyes are one of the areas that contact it. So we're also partnering with the Tourism Jasper and the Chamber of Commerce, and we're meeting with Patty Pavlov on a semi-weekly basis just to keep abreast. And she's very good at helping us get our message out to the business community. The other thing we've done is we've got the additional signage downtown. You may have noticed over the weekend there's quite a few more signs, masking signs. These are smaller and they're put on street posts as opposed to the sandwich signs we had previously. We also have, as I said, we're connected with the RCMP, with Sergeant Rick Easy. He is attending our ECC meetings and gives us an update every week. Right now, RCMP and bylaw are conducting foot patrols downtown, and this is done to promote compliance. They're not going out there looking to write tickets. They're going out there just to communicate and liaise with people. And for the most part, the feedback we're getting is that the majority of people are complying. We've also provided resources for businesses and to the effect that there's now that with the mandatory restriction for restaurants and whatnot, there's posters that have been made available from our communications department, and those can be downloaded off the website. And just to close, another agenda item this meeting, I believe, is the amendment of our potential amendment of the Jasper temporary compulsory face covering bylaw, which is 228. And the suggestion from the ECC is to include additional indoor spaces or workspaces within the Municipality of Jasper within that bylaw. And also another one to amend or to update the conduct in public places bylaw number 70, and that's public safety bylaw failing to wear a face covering on public sidewalks. And we would like to extend that down Geeky Street and Connaught Drive between Bonhomme and Parcel CH, which is basically the new RCMP site next to the Sawridge, as well as Connaught Drive between the Municipal Water Well building and all the way down to Pine. That will be discussed in a minute here, I'm assuming. But just in closing, I just wanted to make this clear that this is a difficult time for everybody. Public health emergency like this COVID-19 pandemic can certainly increase individuals' anxiety, their stress and their fear, and can leave a lot of people feeling a loss of control or feeling kind of down. I think this is heightened by the public health restrictions that we're facing. So physically distancing and that type of thing. It's kind of counterproductive with mental health, because people get a connection from people, and if you can't get that connection, then often it has a negative impact. So connections are a very important tool in coping with difficult situations, and unfortunately, due to some of the restrictions, that's not happening. So I'd like to encourage everybody to try to be patient with yourselves, be patient with others during this time, and understand that people may not be coping in the way they usually do. If you do require support, or you think you need some assistance in these times, there's many resources available. And I think the easiest thing to do is the two provincial lines. There's the mental health helpline and the addictions helpline. Both, it's as simple as Googling, or they're in the phone book as well. So it's the mental health helpline and the addictions helpline. Just remember, everybody, we all have a role to play to prevent the spread and to get our community keeping it safe. And we also have a role to stay positive and productive during this pandemic. We're all working hard together, and we need to stick together. And I encourage everybody to stay positive, and thank you very much. And I'll take any questions, Councillor, Your Worship, Butler. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Tighem, for your report. Before I open this to questions from council, I'd like to ask administration whether there is anything further to be added with respect to what I understand is a couple of specific requests of council, or are we, is the report complete as is? All right, I see nothing.
I'll pass that on to Ms. Nadon, if she could speak to that, please.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Nadon. Do you have something to add?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. We've informed council last Friday that this ECC update was going to come on the agenda, but we weren't in a position to include any attachments or provide more information at the time. And then since then, there's been expressed by some councillors a desire to move rather quickly than not on specific items, including amendments to the temporary compulsory face coverings bylaw. And so over the course of yesterday, we've worked on a draft bylaw, which we have available. And so in order to expand the masking mandate to additional indoor spaces, that would require an amendment of the bylaw. And the other item is around, like Mr. Van Tighem said, is around the conduct in public places bylaw, which would require a motion. So to expand the masking mandate in outdoor locations, namely municipal sidewalks in the hotel area, would require a motion of council. So if any of those items are on council's radar to act upon today, we would be looking at a special meeting to be able to make decisions in the form of a motion and or in the form of readings of a bylaw, potentially, understanding that this is all pretty a quick turnaround, but the situation may warrant it. And administration is ready to entertain such a request from council, but in order to move forward on any of those items from a decision-making standpoint, a special meeting would have to be called in the context of this meeting. And I believe Mayor Ireland outlined what the process would be for that. So maybe I would ask him to outline that if that is the will of council or where this is going. But it wouldn't be a committee of the whole matter. It would be a special meeting matter. And I guess the alternative being, if council does not wish to have a special meeting today and make any decisions along that spectrum, conversations and informal direction on where this might go would allow us to modify our messaging. And even though we wouldn't have specific pieces of legislation in place or a specific motion, we could still act on it from a communication standpoint if that was the will of council. So a few options before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Nadon. So not wishing to put anyone on the spot, Mayor Ireland, you were cited as perhaps being ready to expand that conversation with respect to options for passing some legislation. Would you care to add, or would you prefer I come back to you?
No, I'm fine to deal with that now, and I thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. As Ms. Nadon has said, we are not properly constituted as committee of the whole to make decisions today. And in order to deal with both a motion, which we used previously and could use again with respect to the conduct in public places bylaw, we have to be constituted differently to do that. And then with respect to amendments to bylaw number 228, the temporary compulsory face covering bylaw, we would again need a special meeting. Under section 194 of the Municipal Government Act, the mayor is authorized to call a special meeting when the mayor considers it appropriate to do so, but in that case, a 24-hour notice period is required, which means that a special meeting would have to be at least 24 hours hence. Similarly, the chief elected official must call a special meeting if requested in writing by a majority of councillors. But again, a minimum notice period of 24 hours. So again, we couldn't deal with it today. We could potentially deal with it as early as tomorrow. But finally, under section 194 point or sub 4 of the legislation, if 2/3 of council request in writing a special meeting, that special meeting can be held without notice. So if 2/3 of council, which by my math is 5, wish to put something in writing, and I checked the Interpretation Act, and email correspondence would qualify as in writing. If 5 members of council are interested in sending me an email to that effect, we could constitute ourselves by way of special meeting today and deal with it. So I guess procedurally, the question is the report is on our agenda now. We are certainly welcome to discuss it. That would be an option. We could discuss the recommendations and based on that discussion, decide whether or not a special meeting is required, or we could defer the discussion to a special meeting, have that special meeting, and then dig into the recommendations and either make motions or amend bylaws as we consider appropriate. So the real question for me is whether we have the discussion first and then determine whether a special meeting is needed, or determine now to have a special meeting and then hold that discussion within the context of the special meeting. And have I sufficiently muddied the waters for all?
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. No, I think you have clarified. And so, Chair, I will absolutely defer to the will of council on this, and I will suggest, and I do see Councillor Demoto followed by Councillor McGrath wishing to weigh in. I will make a comment with respect to procedure here at this meeting right now. My suggestion would be that we discuss the question in committee of the whole format now. I think that would lead us to the question of whether a special meeting is advisable if we don't seem to have will on council to proceed with a motion on the with respect to the one bylaw and a amendment with respect to the other. Then probably calling a special meeting would do nothing more than take time. So my proposal, and I will just go with nods here, would be that we proceed with the conversation around these recommendations now. And then if there is collective will of at least 5 of council to proceed with the special meeting following this meeting to make those changes, then we will do so, and Mayor Ireland will chair that meeting. So discussion now followed by moving to a special meeting later would be my proposal. Procedurally only, is that amenable to council? I just have thumbs or nods up. All right, very good. I think it's wise to have that conversation now. So having just addressed that procedural issue, Councillor Demota, I saw your hand up, and then I will follow with Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. Actually, I had 2 questions, so I will ask my first one and then wait to come around again because they could be lengthy. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. Through you to Mr. Van Teegen. I'm asking this question in regards to any discussion that you may have had involving kitchen staff with the blanket rule for all indoor places with the masking recommendation. And this might, drill into your experience as a firefighter. From some conversations I've had with cooks and chefs in the community, working on a hotline in the kitchen can be a very volatile environment, and the heat can be very overwhelming at times, particularly at busier times. And I know that we're not busy and it's cooler outside, but kitchens do still get quite hot. And having a mask on while you're cooking and stuff. Right now, cooks are not aren't required to wear a mask while they're in that situation. And I just don't know if there's an exemption under that proper barrier line in the recommendations that would probably remove those types of positions from an overall masking recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. That particular instance, to my knowledge, did not come up in our discussions. I understand where you're coming from with it, though. But to be honest, that hasn't come up that I know of. I'll defer to John Greyhead or Christine. They could speak to it if they know otherwise. But to my knowledge, that hasn't come up. But that something that we would definitely have to look at. But I'm not sure there's any directive on that, even provincially.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for the most part, a lot of people understand that you're probably getting proper oxygen through a mask while you're working in many areas. And it's just the sometimes the accumulation of heat and smoke can cause some anxiety, and you know, you're not feeling like you're getting the proper air, and sometimes that can cause problems. And I've been brought aware of it. And I've also been aware of it being in that situation myself recently, particularly in the summertime when the heat was a little hotter. So I'm just throwing it out there. I understand the recommendation, and I think it's very important. Our health and safety is you know, our primary concern, but you know, there also brings that anxiety level into the workplace, and this is also a mental health thing too. So I wanted to make sure that, you know, that's understood, and hopefully there could be some discussion around that. There could be other areas in other industry that might have similar situations. I thought I would address it on this side particularly because I'm close to it.
No, I appreciate that,
Councilor
and I
Moda.
will. I've actually,
Go ahead.
Councilor
ahead,
Moda,
Mr.
yes,
Hunter.
appreciate that.
Mr. Greathead, I see you're unmuted.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My understanding of all the regulations and the guidance we're receiving from AHS at this point is that there's no exemptions for kitchen staff, or there's no, you know, if they can't keep the separation of 2 meters between co-workers and without a physical barrier, it just can't happen. So, you know, the only exemption really is in the office space, where a facility such as the admin office, where I would be able to work maskless during or within my own office, where it's controlled access. I'm able to keep that physical separation. So if there's a crew in the kitchen working side by side and crossing paths and using common areas, I don't see that there should be an exemption, or that there is an exemption for that under the Act right now. And that's just my own interpretation, but I think it's pretty clear.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. I'll then go to Councilor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Butler. Thank you very much, Greg Van Tighem, for your report. And I really appreciate the way that it's all been laid out, and especially recently with the joining of the physicians, Dr. Unsworth and Dr. Wilson, to the ECC. I see so much value in having our doctors and our physicians part of the ECC, particularly as they are participating and offering their services out of the goodness of their heart to do the contact tracing for Jasperites specifically. It makes a lot of sense that we would see the recommendation that's coming forward as the physicians in its truest form, and I personally don't have much room for debate in something that's coming forward from the physicians. I simply accept a recommendation from the heroes of our community and would move forward with what they see as best practice and what they see as most suited for the residents in the town of Jasper. Outside of the amendments to the bylaw in relation to the ECC update, I did have a few other comments that I'm hoping are appropriate at this time. I've been contacted probably every day, and as are most councillors probably contacted on a regular basis, about the question, as most residents are feeling anxious and fearful and watching business continue around our community, of questions of jurisdiction. And I know we had this conversation in the spring, and we were left with an uncertainty of if we needed to enact further local directives, do we have the jurisdictional ability to do that? Is that combined with Parks Canada as they have the land use and planning authority, or do we have any powers locally to come up with our own local directives and our own measures further, as we did with the masking bylaw before it was provincially mandated in the summer? And finally, in regards to Councillor Demota's concerns and the issues you raised for specific individuals, I think Councillor Demota as a representative of the community and as someone that is really connected to the mental health and well-being services, I would simply direct those concerned residents to speak with their physician or their psychologist, and maybe individuals would go through a process of exemption versus a blanketed exemption for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand your question to be is, do we as a municipality have any extra powers to possibly vote special regulations? Is that it in general, or is there more to it?
Yes, that would be it.
Okay, it's as we all know, Jasper's a unique community in a national park, so there are a number of things we do that involves obviously collaboration with Jasper National Park or Parks Canada. In the emergency management world, in the event of certain decisions being made, it would be definitely the superintendent and the mayor and direction from the ECC in order to come to a direction on certain things. As far as in general, we have power through our bylaws, hence the request to update or amend the bylaw today. So we can amend bylaws to deal with specifics. There are things, I guess, let's look at a worst case scenario. If we were needing some extenuating powers immediately, we could do things like go to a local state of emergency, declare a state of local emergency locally. That's been done in other communities. That would have to be done in conjunction with Parks Canada, again, with the superintendent involved, and there has to be an agreement from both sides, and we'd have to have a clear direction and a clear sort of a reason for doing that. So normally that the most common state of local emergency we would be familiar with would be in the event of a wildfire, encroaching on the community, that type of thing, with an evacuation involved. Where a pandemic is a longer, slower, kind of more complicated emergency, it's not as likely to occur, but there may be situations where that step, would be looked at. So that's another option, but again, that's done in conjunction with Parks Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Van Tighem. Councillor McGrath, before I move on, does that answer your question? Councillor McGrath is nodding. Councillor Kelleher MP.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. Mr. Van Tighem, thank you for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. Currently, we have 47 cases. How many are hospitalized? How many are in critical care?
Well, that is a good question, and that's something I do not have an answer for, and I don't know that anybody does. Alberta Health Services does not share individual specific details on any of the cases. All we do is get a number. I put it out there. I'm not sure if anybody else has anything on that. I know there's always the rumor mill, and I've heard that there's nobody hospitalized right now, but that's not fact. I cannot say that. But so that, unfortunately, that information is not made. It's not made available to the ECC by any means. And we've asked for different types of information throughout this pandemic, and in most cases, well, in all cases, we've been denied. It's basically we get numbers, we don't get specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Van Tighem. So now we have 47 cases in town, and again, like as Councillor Demota said, like if people are 2 meters apart, they don't have to wear a mask, but we're recommending that we have masks brought into workplaces that people share in office space. So my question to you is, with this amount of cases, how do we deal with gyms? Like, so should people that are working in gym or working out in gyms, should they not be masking?
Yes, they should.
So in the city, that when some areas are shut down for gyms and swimming pools. So is this a recommendation when we have massive cases in Jasper by the ECC?
And right now we're following the Alberta Health guidelines as they pertain to gyms, and everybody, the individuals the patrons that use the gym as well as the people working there have to follow the guidelines as well. So presently, we're doing what we should be doing, is my understanding, and I'm not sure who else is on that could speak to this. I haven't been to the gym. So there may be more directives coming up for the province, as we all know, in the next few days here, and that perhaps will be one that's going to be addressed again. I know it's been addressed previously, but no, I can't totally answer that question. I apologize.
That's okay. I'm just want to make sure that we're all safe in every aspect of our community.
We are 100% following the Alberta Health Guidelines as directed, and in some cases we're going over, and this masking bylaw update is an example of that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Van Tieken.
Mr. Greathead, were you wanting to weigh in on Councillor Keller-Harmpy's question?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. We have been enacting the 25% capacity at the gym. Everything is solo activity. There is no group activities. We make sure that people are, the only time they can remove their mask is when they're at a certain station, and it gets disinfected. All the common areas that are in place and people like paths of travel, those are required to mask up. And we've had to actually kick a few people out recently or move towards that way anyways. You know, we were having people that were coming into the gym and using it for fitness and claiming that they wanted the benefit of using the fitness equipment, but then we're just going to get social areas without the masking. So we've had to really clamp down on that, and I got to commend Joanne and the rec staff. They've been quite vigilant, and I believe we're in a good shape there.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to express, of course, everybody probably is under the same kind of impression, I would suspect, but I express the disappointment in our provincial government in leaving us hanging with decisions that we don't have the resources to deal with, and we have to, you know, rely on our local doctors to make suggestions for us rather than the Alberta Health Services. Like overall, it's really disappointing, and you can see it in larger cities or larger communities, municipalities as well, like Edmonton and Calgary are screaming at the Alberta government to bring in stricter regulations to combat the pandemic, and they're just dragging their feet. I think we may see something a little bit larger, a little broader today, but you know, it's too late in coming, and it's unfortunate that we have to put all our eggs in the suggestion of our local health providers. I really want to thank them for doing for suggesting broader you know, regulations, you know, at a community level, but it's really disappointing that we don't have the you know, we're depending on hearsay and on where these cases have derived. So, you know, we can do our best. We can bring in this new bylaw, hoping that it's going to assist, but you know, we don't know. The doctors may, and so I think we have to put all our support behind that. But you know, it's not our wheelhouse, and it shouldn't be. But at this point, it is, and it's really unfortunate. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I failed to unmute. Mayor Island, I see you. Councillor Jeannot, you were next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Butler. My question is to Van Tieken around the wearing of eyewear. As you know, those of us who wear glasses, whenever you put a mask on, your glasses fog up. So you tend to take them off because I can do most things without glasses. And there are people who don't wear glasses. So is the eyewear, is normal eyewear okay? Or are we looking for extra protection? Or is it recommended that we have extra protection like safety glass eyewear protection?
The direction from Dr. Unsworth was eyeglasses. He didn't specify whether they were safety glasses or regular glasses. And I do agree with you, Councillor Janot, because I also wear reading glasses, and occasionally when I have the mask and the glasses on, they do tend to fog up initially. But I will again put this out to another ECC member if they heard something other than what I heard at the last meeting. So John Greathead or Christine Nadana Gord Huckner, I think, are on the line. And maybe they can speak more to what Dr. Declan Unsworth was directing or suggesting, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Greathead?
Deputy Mayor, as I informed council, I was off as deemed as a close contact to COVID for a positive case. Were I wearing safety glasses as well as the mask, I would not have been deemed a close contact, and I would have been able to return to work. So it's about the exposure. The municipality has purchased numerous pairs of safety glasses so that if we are within our 6 feet, if we have to, work that closely, we should be wearing the, as well as some sort of eye protection to prevent droplets in there. There's not a guidance on whether it has to be like a full goggle or whether it's even reading glasses, but if it's glasses or glasses at this point. So, and that's just an extra layer of protection. So the glasses that we've purchased, they come to about $2.35 a pair. They're very, very cheap, very inexpensive, readily available. So that's just another preventative measure that we can all take to help, reduce the spread and protect our workforce. I believe that the term workplace preservation was used when discussing the option for requiring glasses in a workplace.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. Through you to Mr. Van Tighem and to the whole of the ECC, I really do add my thanks to that group for coming forward with this report and with the recommendations. Given what we've heard even thus far, I am satisfied that in the absence of action by the province, as Councillor Wilson has indicated, we ought to, as a council, move forward with a special meeting and resolve some of these issues. It may be that our efforts will be more symbolic than substantive in that there are suggestions. Dr. Henshaw dropped a fairly large hint yesterday that new measures might be coming, and so they might. But in the meantime, I feel an obligation on behalf of the community to take what action we can. Other jurisdictions, the major urban centers in particular, are already subject to enhanced measures because of their enhanced status. We are in enhanced status, but those measures don't apply to us. And whether there are increases in those enhanced measures is yet unknown. As it is, what is recommended, as I understand, is to put us on par, roughly speaking, with Alberta's major urban centers. And that seems to me to be a very reasonable, sensible, justifiable approach. So I am quite prepared personally to move the discussion to a special meeting if that is the will of council. I do have a number of questions of detail But my question now through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Van Tighem is whether he will continue to be available later in the day to answer questions of particulars in the context of a special meeting, or is it best that I ask all of those detailed questions now while we have him available, so that if we do move into a special meeting, we have the information? So that is my question now to Mr. Van Tighem.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Yes, I will be available all day. I will be at your beckoning call.
Thank you for that. And I will only conclude, Mr. Deputy Mayor, by just addressing briefly, if I might, a point raised by Councillor McGrath earlier. And we are surprisingly in a situation where our shared governance with Parks Canada, I think, works to some extent to our advantage in this particular case. So with respect to amendments to our temporary compulsory face covering bylaw, council can give 2 readings and might do that at a special meeting today if we are constituted. But then before we can give third reading, it needs certification from Parks Canada. So where there are gaps in clarity with respect to jurisdiction, at least we have both jurisdictions signing off on the same issue. So before we get to third reading, we've already got confirmation from the superintendent on behalf of Parks Canada. And so that helps resolve some of those issues if they are within the municipal realm of all. And then with respect to changes to the conduct in public places bylaw, that bylaw has already been certified. We have altered the way it is to be interpreted by resolution without any concern expressed by Parks Canada. So I think we can do that again. So yes, while I absolutely agree that it is somewhat shaky ground or thin ice that we venture onto with respect to some of these issues, we do have some supporting assistance there. And I am prepared to make my vote in favor of taking action, even if it is a little bit questionable, because in the interest of our public, I think we have to do that. So for myself, I thank Mr. Van Tighem for the report. And I have enough information now, given that I can get more details in a special meeting if we're going to deal with the specifics of amending bylaws or passing motions. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I will, being the one councillor having not spoken, I'll mention a couple of things that are on my mind. First is I too would stand in favor of amending our bylaw, but I will concur with Councillor Wilson's point that I do so under duress. I'm comforted because I believe this is the purview of the provincial government. At the same time, I'm feel a little better knowing that the furthest we can go down this road today, nor should try to go down this road today, would be first and second reading of a potential amending bylaw and a motion with respect to our other bylaw. And if we were to find that the province does step in and extend the kind of restrictions that we are contemplating from the provincial level, we can simply choose not to give third reading to the bylaw as being unnecessary and handled by a higher level of government, as I think it should be. I guess the other aspect, well, I am in support and will support moving that direction. I am concerned in this respect that we as council have generally taken the line with respect to potential of restrictions in the community, especially in the first wave, where there were some discussions as to whether council should take further direct action with respect from restrictions on businesses, with respect to restrictions on businesses. And generally, we chose the view that we were taking our cues from the provincial government and from the chief medical officer of health at the provincial level. And what we are doing here is making a pretty specific departure in that we are taking advice, and it is solid and well-intentioned advice. Don't misunderstand me, but we are taking advice from local physicians and acting in that direction. And we are moving into an area where we generally have not considered ourselves to either need to go or be prepared to go, which is conduct in private places as opposed to conduct in public places. Because the nature of this bylaw, should we amend it, would be to direct behavior within spaces that are not actually open to the public. So it is something of a departure, and I just think that that should be clear and on the record to all of us. We must understand that there could, depending on what the province does, there could be further requests to go further down that road, and we need to understand that that could come and be prepared to deal accordingly when it does. So those are my comments. Before I attempt to sum up, I will ask Councillor Demoda, who had said he had a second question earlier on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. I too feel that we need to move in a direction, and I say so under duress. And I agree with you, Councillor Wilson, and what the mayor said. You know, it's almost like we have an enhanced A status and an enhanced B. It's unwritten, but for me, if you're gonna put areas in enhanced statuses and force them into those situations because of, you know, your per capita COVID cases, and then just you know, operate in a different area in a manner with the larger urban areas, and you know, and then treat our enhanced status a little differently. I think it would have been reasonable, sensible, and justifiable if they would have just said anybody under enhanced status has to follow these protocols, and then that would take the stress off of us, our local doctors, and people in our community when having to deal with this. So anyway, that was just a comment, but my question through you, sir, to Mr. Van Tighem, I apologize if I missed this in your address, but in the conversations with our local physicians and the recommendations that have come forward, what was the hotel section from the Jasper into Cavell Court, let's say, maybe including the Tonquin Hotel in that area, also considered and discussed for a recommendation? Because from experience, again, there's a lot of traffic coming in and out of town on the sidewalks that way from, you know, not only locals that live at that end of town, but visitors staying in those hotels. And there is a higher concentration of accommodation there.
Thank you, Councillor Demoda. And yes, to answer your question, yes, it was considered, and it is incorporated in the document that we'll be reviewing at the special meeting. The section in front of the Tonquin and the side street there is not covered, but the Geeky Street and Connaught is covered in this directive.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Again, I apologize if I missed it, and thank you all for your efforts and getting that information to us.
Thank you very much. Then I will then sum up our discussion here with what I think our next steps are. I took that brief opportunity to check my email feed, and I see that 4 councillors thus far have emailed to our collective email group for mayor and council that they are requesting a special meeting be held following this meeting. With one more councillor doing that, the mayor will be mandated to call that meeting. From a public point of view, I'm not quite certain whether we will remain in this Zoom link. I suspect that would be the sensible way to do it, but that council meeting must be public. And so by the end of this meeting, I would ask from Ms. Byrne that we just have direction as to how public can tune into the special meeting should they wish to, particularly if it would be on a different Zoom link from this meeting. And Mayor Ireland, of course, will chair that meeting, being a regular meeting. So if there's any councils with differing views about what our next steps will be here, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll consider this to be concluded as to discussion, the level of committee of the whole. Specific discussions specifically around details of the motion needed and the draft bylaw, which is actually an amending bylaw, should be discussed more properly at that meeting rather than here. Good, so I see no further hands up. I'll consider that matter to be concluded. Thank you very much. I would like on behalf of council to thank you, Mr. Van Tighem, you, Ms. Nadon, and all the members of the ECC team for your work. I know you have been meeting regularly. I know these are difficult times, and the stress of determining what recommendations to make to council is, I'm sure, weighs heavily on you. I recognize that it is not done lightly, that you collectively and with your individual points of view come together to ask for specific actions on the part of council, and your efforts are noted and much appreciated. So my enduring gratitude to all of you on my own behalf and that of council. Mr. Van Tighem, thank you very much for your attendance. Unless you, I gather you're in another meeting, and we'll communicate to you when we're likely to move into that special meeting. We have a long agenda today. I suspect that won't happen until somewhat later in the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I will then move us to agenda item 6, that is business arising from the minutes. Councillors or administration, are there items to be addressed arising from the minutes of our last committee of the whole meeting? Going once, twice, 3 times. We will move then on to agenda item 7, policy and governance. We have 2 items here. The first is public health update and concerns and any council discussion with respect to that. That's a placeholding agenda item to deal with items such as what we in fact just dealt with under agenda item 5. Therefore, that agenda item, unless there are other issues councillors would like to bring forward with respect to public health, I will consider that item to have been dealt with. Similarly, item 7.2, council strategic priorities update, is a placeholding opportunity for councillors to bring up other items that they would like to bring forward with respect to council strategic plan. I will comment that with the number of items we have on the table and the impending budget conversations, it's hard to imagine other strategic items rising above that. Are there any items, councillors, you'd like to raise? Councillor Demoda, were you? Oh.
I was giving you the thumbs up on skipping the stuff that we already addressed. I do have a few things, but they're going to be addressed in the line items after the budget discussion, so they don't need to be talked.
Well, then we'll deal with them then. Mayor Ireland, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. My only question is whether anyone can confirm whether council intends to meet on the 15th of this month as a strategic priorities committee. I seem to have that in my calendar, but I'm not sure that it is confirmed. And while I totally agree that we have enough on our plate for today's meeting, and I don't want to get into any details, I'm just wondering whether we are going to meet as a strategic priorities group at any time before the end of this year. Do others have that expectation?
Councillor Wilson?
I will not be available on the 15th. I'm out of town.
Councillor Keller, MP?
I think we were going to meet to do some preparation for our next intergovernmental as part of our strategic planning session. We had it scheduled for 2 weeks ago, but the agenda went long and it didn't happen.
I would like to put it on the table that I feel it's very important that we do meet as strategic planning before the end of the year. We have, frankly, of necessity and due to time constraints and I don't know, something like brain space, we have pushed off some strategic questions that we have collectively agreed we would try to address. I wonder whether it would be possible or even advisable to try to meet on the 15th. That is the date we have scheduled for ourselves to conclude our budget discussions. Whether or not we do so, I suspect we will have probably long budget discussions on the 15th, but we could schedule ourselves, of course, another time. I understand everyone's time is difficult, but I hope that we can meet before the holiday break to discuss ongoing strategic items. Councillor Demota.
Yes, thank you for that. And I do believe that we have some items to address. One thing that I did want to mention now that you brought it up, and maybe not really a direction to give to administration, but maybe a recommendation. In the past, sometimes we've had department reports just default to having a presentation on a certain day. And my suggestion for next week on the 15th would be that if we don't have any presentations pertaining to budget decisions and or anything that we haven't heard from any departments as of yet that would be relevant to the budget, I would suggest that anybody requesting to do presentations or the need for a department report be postponed till the new year until we get through that budget meeting. So that might free up a little bit more time for us to address any strategic planning discussions that we need to take care of. It's just a suggestion.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. I too would support moving into a strategic planning committee meeting next Tuesday on the 15th, following our regular meeting. It was scheduled for the morning, but we can just push it to the afternoon. I think that it would be really wise of us to come with our priorities on December 15th and our top priorities as council, especially before our new CAO starts 2 weeks afterwards. And if we can achieve a greater level of organization within us to present to our new CAO when he arrives on January 1st, I think that would be really meaningful.
Thank you for that. I will mention again that I think we do honestly run up against questions of our capacity as to how much we can effectively deal with in the course of the day. It isn't a question only of how much time there is in a day, but our collective fatigue that develops. I expect next week's meeting may be really long, and we can choose to meet on a different day. We also have a question coming up with respect to the December 22nd Committee of the Whole meeting. That is still a working day. I would certainly myself be satisfied with considering looking at that day for strat planning conversations. Mayor Ireland, I saw your hand up.
You have just covered it. Yes, thank you. I was going to mention the same thing that we have coming up, the discussion of the 22nd.
All right, well, I don't think we have to make a specific determination right here and now as to when we will meet as strat planning. However, I think I sense enough consensus from council that we should make sure we do so before the holiday break, and we can deal with time and place once we've looked at what our agenda for next week, the 15th, does look like. So I will then move on to agenda item 8, brief updates. I am going to plan just in terms of ongoing timing and protocol for today's meeting. I'll plan to take a break around 11. We will have by then been meeting for an hour and a half. I will then plan for a lunch break at approximately 12:30, and we'll interrupt business as needed to do that. I think it's very important that both council and staff have opportunities for breaks as needed, because conversations will, particularly with the special meeting going on today. So that's my plan, just so people know. So we will then move to item 8.1, the 2021 operating budget. We have attachments on that. I'm not sure if administration, and in that case, who from administration would like to lead us in comments, but I see Ms. Melanchuk is in. So Ms. Melanchuk, would you like to make any opening comments on agenda item 8.1? Or if someone else is prepared to do that, please go ahead.
Sure, Deputy Mayor, I may introduce the item. So today we're here for an additional discussion on the operating budget for 2021. And we're hoping that council can approve the 2021 operating budget as presented on December 15th, which is next week. However, the other option is to approve a 2021 interim operating budget. That being said, as alluded to by yourself, we have included some additional attachments, being the budget by segmented disclosure. So that's based on the 2021 recommendations. The budget presentation slides. So that was brought up during the budget presentation that maybe some slides would be nice to have. And the reserves 2020 year to date. So that is the opening plus the transfers to the reserves in 2020, as well as the 2021 proposed reserve contribution. You can see there has been a few changes in that amount based off of conversations had around the utility amount going forward. So therefore, some of the reserve amounts have changed. And as well as the budget question and answer document, that is any of the questions that were unanswered or came through email later in the week for the budget presentations. And I'm not sure, to be honest, with the segmented disclosures, whether or not those charts are helpful for His Worship. However, I did include them anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malinchuk. So councillors, we have set for ourselves the notional deadline of a week from today to pass a budget. I think part of our question is what specific aspects would we hope to pass by then? Passing a budget can be as simple as a few numbers with some details to be worked out, or it can be, the full package. So I open this to questions or comments. Hopefully, honestly, by now, questions for administration have been asked and answered, and we come down to really the debate of the budget items. Councillors, please go ahead if you have questions or comments. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. What process would we be moving through next week? Will we have an opportunity to debate, say, individual items such as the growth increases and the specific departments of growth increases totaling $726,000? Or will we be presented a package with a total and be asked to debate that total only? Or I'm just looking for opportunity to discuss, the current times that we're in, and of course, recognizing the need for enhancing our community and enhancing our workforce and getting to where we need to be. I'm just not positive that 2021 is the year to do it all. And I respect administration's position and the needs of our organization, but I'm also really concerned that as we look at a potential other lockdown situation in the coming weeks, it poses significant concerns to both the residential and the commercial industries in Jasper.
So, Councillor McGrath, I think your question is, what will we be presented with and be asked to decide on? Would that sum up the question you have? So my sense is that what we will be presented with is what we are here presented with and have been presented with, and that administration doesn't plan to bring back any further refinements of this presentation of what has been presented to us. Maybe that's another way of viewing your question. And Ms. Malinchuk, could you respond to that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor McGrath. I see this as a time to discuss what is needed from council to make those decisions next week. So I do believe that all information is within the document, especially the document that is attached to the website, the 2021 to the 2025 proposed budget. As you can see, there are budgets by department within it, as well as the increases suggested. However, if it is needed to be brought back in a certain way so that council can make those decisions, by all means, I can work to make sure that it's put together in a sense that that council needs to make those decisions. Yes, so the information is there. We'll just be pulling it slightly differently if council should request that. It all depends on what council needs at this point, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malinchuk. I will register that one of the things I'm finding is a little confusing for me, and I believe the information is in here, but I need to clarify. And I have had this same concern raised to me by a number of residents as to, of the requests that have been proposed by administration, which requests are or proposals would be included in the notional budget with the tax on, or the tax requisition that council passed by way of motion or directed for consideration by way of motion a few weeks ago, and which would be over and above that. My belief is that what we're looking at on the slide saying growth increases dash tax base would be over and above the already stated notional tax requisition. And Ms. Malinchuk, am I correct in that or not? I'm still having trouble understanding of the requests and proposals from administration, which would be over and above the notionally agreed to tax requisition and which would be within that.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, the growth increases tax base is the amounts that have been suggested by the directors that is needed for the continuity of the services being provided. The amounts that have been talked about with the overall base summary changes are the amounts that council wanted us to work with. There is confusion that lies behind that because there were some questions that still surrounded the additional thoughts and ideas that were being brought to council to discuss. So the initial overall base summary changes as seen and we talked about are the part and parcel of the initial option 1 tax base or tax requisition that we've been speaking to at the 8.4 million. Is that clear?
Let's see. I will try the technique of repeating back what I think I heard, and you can tell me if I'm right. So the overall base summary changes, which total $447,700, represents the what we've sometimes called the sort of cost of living increase relative to 2019, which is what administration has suggested is needed to continue level of service with no changes or improvement in levels of service. And beyond that, the 726,000 called growth increases tax base would require a tax requisition higher than the $8.4 million that we are currently considering. Do I have that right?
You are absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. Councillor Journeau, I saw your hand, and then Councillor McGrath, I see yours, followed by Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I thank you for the clarification on the point of the 447 and 726. And following up on what Councillor McGrath suggested, that at the present time, we should only be passing a budget based on the 447,000, which is the cost of living, for two reasons. First of all, we have hardship in our community financially. And secondly, we have a new commander-in-chief arriving in less than a month. I would prefer that anything of a capital expenditures or anything major changes in the operating budget be left after he has an opportunity to review and set the course for the ship on a long-term basis. I'm very concerned about our community right now, and COVID is not over, and it's going to bring about a lot of changes. So my recommendation would be to just pass an operating budget for the sake of continuing operation, and then any major changes thereafter will be after the new commander, new CAO, who is a dynamic individual, has lots of experience. He can have a review because he'll be in charge for a long time. So I would, that would be my position. And you know, in a week from now, COVID again might present us with some more changes, but I don't see any need for us to be extravagant here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Journeau. I have next in my order, Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Councillor Butler, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Butler, for expressing the way you did and for repeating Ms. Malinchuk's explanation back. I think my preference for moving through a process, and maybe it wasn't last budget season, it was the budget season prior, where, you know, I think our non-discretionary costs, our operating expenses should be presented to us, and we should, as Councillor Journeau expressed, vote on a base budget. But anything as far as growth, I really enjoyed the process in which council was able to make motions to growth that they wanted to see. So say I was passionate about that protective services $11,000 growth, I would be able to put a motion forward and council would be able to vote on that specific $11,000 allotment, as well as say the $472,000 for operations. If someone feels that it's necessary to add that, let's bring it to a motion and let's decide based on council voting on that individual area of growth. Specifically, I feel very aligned with Councillor Journeau when we talk about 2021. I would like to move us through in a very responsible, but also a very conscientious manner where we have a base, but I'm not necessarily in favor of extra positions in the municipality for 2021.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. And yeah, what you're referring to is I think our penultimate meeting around the budget last year, at least the operating budget, where I think my recollection was that Mayor Ireland fled town and left me running that meeting, and we dealt with a base motion or a motion to pass a base budget, and then through suggested amendments to the motion, we gave ourselves the opportunity to add and subtract items. So those additions and subtractions could be considered independently, but what we ended up with was a motion that had support from the majority of council, because councillors didn't feel it necessary to defeat the overall budget motion, their particular concerns having been addressed and voted on separately. And I think that also is a valuable process. So I just wanted to comment on that from a process point of view. Councillor Demota, go ahead.
Well, I agree with all of you, and I like the comments made by Councillor Journeau and Councillor McGrath. Just with that suggestion, Councillor Journeau, were you suggesting passing a base budget with the 400 plus, and then reviewing the additional material or additions later on in 2021? Is that what you were recommending, or is that?
Thank you for that. Yes, again, I would prefer to wait for our new CAO to be in place to review all of this. I think we need a major review. There's a lot of things that people want to have happen, but I would just stick to what is absolutely necessary. And supporting Councillor McGrath, you know, we should be able to vote on a line by line item of each department. Again, we have to strive here to look at keeping it to a bare bones budget increase, and in some cases, maybe cuts. We have huge growth, and the budgets that we're presented with for this year and in future years have huge growth. And I don't think that this community can sustain that. So yes, I'm saying that we pass a budget just to continue operating, and then review all of those other items once the new CAO has had a chance to set the course for our community for the future. Thank you.
Councilor Butler, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I will go to Mayor Ireland next. After I apologize for what people may not realize was really just a joke. Mayor Ireland did not flee the community. And I think the meeting I'm referring to was, in fact, a process that we went through on the, it may have been on the capital budget, but anyway, I hope that that was understood to be nothing but
If I may,
a lame attempt at humor. Mayor Ireland, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler, and I wasn't concerned at all. I took it in context. I just wanted to say, going back to Councillor McGrath's, I think, initial question on this, my expectation for December 15th would be similar to what has been the process in previous years. That is, start with some sort of base motion to which councillors may make motions to either add or subtract from a base budget. That seems to work. Appreciating Councillor Journeau's comments, I'm not sure that we can get down to line items, but I would not intend to restrict any councillor from making any motion to adjust a base budget. And I think that's really the only way it can work. More specific to Councillor Journeau's most recent comments, though, that sounds an awful lot like what we have done in previous years, which is approve an interim budget and delay approval of the final operating budget until sometime into the new year. And while we have taken that course in previous years, I thought we had tried to set ourselves a new direction this year to actually set a budget before the first of the year. Doesn't mean that we can't revert to an interim budget, but that would be the process available to us if the intent was to defer final consideration until sometime into the new year.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. Councillor Dambota, I have seen your hand, but I will go to Councillor Kelleher MP, who has not yet spoken.
I'm very conflicted this year on the budget. I know we have to grow, but with what's happening with COVID, I'm very cautious. We've got the letter of request from the chamber. I've seen a letter from another 2 individual businesses. I've heard from a number of businesses, as well as residents that are quite concerned because they haven't had a lot of work this year. They're worried about their mortgages. They're worried that, you know, mortgages were deferred. Now the mortgages are back, but they are not back working. There's a lot of concern in the community. I think we need to move cautiously. Again, I know administration has told us, and I respect that we don't know what's going to happen with $3.5 million that tourism towns receive from the government, and where that can be slotted in, whether some of it can be used as part of the tax base or not. We don't know, and we won't know for the future. And I understand and respect that. But I know this year we talked about moving to a new process. However, like Councillor McGrath said, and like Councillor Janot, I am very cautious about putting in a huge increase in tax. We're being proposed a huge increase on our utilities, and how people can balance both, I don't know. I know some businesses won't be able to. We talked about, maybe we should look that we set the tax rate, businesses that can't afford it, we look at it 12 months from now when their taxes are due. But I'm worried about hardship. I'm worried about hardship on our community. So therefore, I'm really thinking that we should set a base budget, an interim budget for the municipality to move forward, and then commit ourselves to, once we hear from the chamber, once we hear from the hotel association, once we hear from the small businesses and the residents, how they feel. And I know we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks, like probably 2 months, but as we know, our community sometimes are slow to respond, and once then we make the decision, we get an onslaught. And I think we have to be fair to everybody here. So I know time's an essence, but also I think we have to be fair to our community. So I'm inclined to move to setting an interim budget and then moving quickly in January with each department and deciding where the increases should be.
Thank you, Councillor Kelleher MP. Councillor Demota, please go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate Councillor Kelleher MP's insight and what she just described and what we're facing in the community. A lot of the reasoning for the cuts that many of us considered and discussed in the springtime with that interim budget are even more amplified now. And I think some of those realities that we were contemplating and thinking about are going to be even more harsh for 2021, because we've seen what's happened in the community. And, we do have a little bit of a visitor influx in the summertime, and we weren't expecting what we got. And the same thing might happen to a greater or lesser degree next year. We don't know. So there's going to be a lot of businesses and people, attached to those businesses that are going to feel some of the heat coming down. And when we discuss passing a budget before the end of the year, we had a CAO in place at the time, like a permanent one. And we didn't know that we were going to get the funding and the amount of funding that the province has given us or, earmarked for us at least. And we're not exactly sure 100% where all that money can get addressed. And if we have to do an interim budget and look through all that, the savings that we could have for 2021 and using some of that money, I would like to, unfortunately go through the process of an interim budget again so that we can find some relief for our taxpayers. And I think it would be pertinent to do so. We've got, $3 million that we could potentially use to alleviate some of the burden on our community. And I think we need to really delve in that before we look at any additions. So I'm kind of for looking through that again. And I apologize because I really wanted to have this done by the end of the year, but it just, with the climate that we're in and the circumstances that we're facing, I think it would be pertinent as a council to really study what we can do to save money for our stakeholders.
I find I'm a little, I guess, confused and a little nonplussed in a sense at seeing the conversation swing toward adopting an interim budget. I am worried that the pieces of the puzzle that councillors who are in favor of that process of adopting an interim budget, the pieces of the puzzle that you would hope to see in place and understand in order to finalize a budget are pieces that we will not know about, we will not have answers to until way into the new year. And if we pass a interim budget this year, I am very concerned that we will still be talking about what the tax requisition ought to be in April. And I am fearful of that. I don't think it is a good way to make decisions. I think that we could proceed. We have a notional amount representing what the tax requisition would look like next year if we go that route of $8.4 million. That is over a 2-year average relative to 2019, a net annual decrease in taxes. So it is notionally pretty responsible, I feel. It could be less. I'm not hearing a lot of suggestion that it should be more. We could pass a budget, in my view, at a particular tax requisition level and still have conversations about departmental allocations going into the new year. But I do feel like the community needs some certainty as to what the intent is with respect to the tax requisition for the coming year. I'll also point out that just as we're adjusting this year based on what the tax requisition last year was, that next year we will be able to, it won't be this council in its entirety, though we will have undertaken some budget conversations, but we will for the 2022 budget be able to adjust with respect to what we have learned about what happened over 2020 and 2021. But if we delay the decision about what the overall budget and particularly the tax requisition looks like, I'm afraid that we will be talking this without really any new tools to move the conversation forward until April of next year, and the community will remain uncertain. So those are my concerns around moving to adopting a interim budget once again. We have in fact carried this conversation on since the departure of the CAO. And while it's true that the CAO has input into the conversation, I believe all of that input has been provided. And now it is a political decision and one that needs to be taken, in my view, sooner rather than later. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I would be in favor of moving a base budget forward and that number being approximately $8.4 million. My question is for Mayor Ireland. When we were moving through budget discussions in the spring and earlier this fall, I mentioned for the ability for council to work with compassion and empathy in regards to some of the businesses or some of the residents not being able to afford, even though this is a relatively base and notionally zero increase, it is an increase over last year. And that might be hard for some. And say it's hard for some residents and for some businesses, I can think of the movie theater as a great example. Is there a tool that we could use to alleviate the burden on those who need it? Is there something that we as council could put forward for an application process, let's say, where if a certain business or a certain residence does not have the ability to pay that amount of their share of the $8.4 million tax base, how we can assist them moving forward through this really difficult time?
I have to say, I think that you raised that question in the previous meeting, Councillor McGrath, and I think our understanding is that we have the tool of deferral available to us always. Beyond that, my sense is that we don't really have tools to implement specific tax relief for specific individuals, but deferral absolutely is a tool I think council has available. But I guess I think you posed your question to Mayor Ireland directly, so I'll certainly defer to his view on it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler, and through you to Councillor McGrath. I think, and this is my opinion and not a legal opinion issued on behalf of the municipality, but I think under the legislation, council also has an ability for tax forgiveness. And so that is different than relieving a class of taxpayers, but we do have the right to deal with tax forgiveness. And I think I suggested in the spring that my preference would have been to have a budget, reduce spending as necessary, but leave things in the budget. And then after we saw the impact of the deferral and where we stood after the summer, we could still consider granting forgiveness as necessary. So I would have to go back and reacquaint myself with the precise provisions of the MGA, but I think council does have the ability to forgive, and I think it could still be an option. And I appreciate the question.
I'd like to mention another aspect to the question of impact on individual businesses with respect to taxation. And there is another legislated opportunity that people should take advantage of whenever and if they feel it appropriate, and that is assessment appeal. For example, commercial tax assessments are based on formula applied by the tax assessor, which do respect income for that commercial property. And if commercial properties find that their income stream has plummeted, then that is grounds to ask for a reassessment of their or a revision of their tax assessments. And it is done all the time. It is not something we have tended to see a lot of in our community, but it is common enough that when businesses find that their income stream is radically reduced, that is grounds for appealing their tax assessment. And those appeals can or cannot be, may or may not be successful, but it is another tool available to property owners who are concerned with high taxation relative of their particular property relative to other properties in the community. So that's just worth mentioning on the record. I think I saw Councillor Wilson, did I?
You did, thank you. I just want to put my 2 cents in. I'm definitely in favor of moving forward with the previously, I think almost unanimously agreed upon suggestion that we move forward with an 8.4 million requisition. I think we have to keep in mind that we plan for recovery, and we plan to bounce back. We have to enable ourselves to be ready for it. There is a question, I think, of the $3 million, and where does that go? That can just further assist us in recovery efforts, and we can kind of allot it as we move forward into the coming year. I think we really are at the precipice of some type of recovery, and I think we have to enable ourselves to do that. So I think, we are somewhat hobbling ourselves if we kind of extend this into the new year and let's see if the new CAO has some input. I'm sure he will, but let's enable him to kind of start off running rather than start off struggling to get things approved one-off or on a one-off basis. And unfortunately, I won't be here next week, and I have something planned from it's been many months, but I have had comfort in the fact that we were all moving towards some type of communal goal here, and this swing of events I'm uncomfortable with, and I hope we don't start pendulum back that direction. And anyway, that's thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. I'm going to, Councillor Demoda, I do see you there. Thank you. I have your name written down here. I'm going to call a break right here. I expected that it would be necessary to break in the middle of a conversation, but it will be a short one. I will call a 10-minute comfort break, and we will come back and resume this conversation with, I believe, Councillor Demoda. Now, I can't remember what timing she reflected in that. So I will call the meeting back to order. This is a good conversation, and my goal here in Committee of the Whole is to position ourselves for effective decision-making next week, to make sure that any further information or questions of administration have been posed, and I take it that they have been, because I have seen no more coming, and providing councillors with an opportunity to, while not debating the specifics of the budget perhaps here today, but to outline their positions and where they're coming from for next week. And part of positioning ourselves for that decision making is to, I'm hoping to provide Mayor Ireland with a sense of what questions he may be confronting, and able to think about that from a procedural point of view. And I guess one thing that's clear to me is that there probably will be some necessity for discussion next week about whether we would, council will be of a mind to pass an interim operating budget or pass the operating budget. So that is one question we will face next week. So I thank you, councillors, for keeping your comments within the spirit of that intent of this meeting. Recognizing that debate of the specifics, whether the number is 8.4 million or some other million amount, for example, is primarily there for us to discuss next week. So I think I left with Councillor Demoda having indicated he'd like to speak. Oh, but now I don't see Councillor Demoda. He maybe lost the meeting. Mayor Ireland, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. And I just wanted to return, before we left this particular agenda item, I wanted to express my appreciation through you to Mrs. Melanchuk for those additional graphs, which I had in fact requested, and I found them to be a really useful addition, a very good visual representation of how money is expended by department. I have only one question through you to Mrs. Melanchuk with respect to the graph of administrative expenses, which it appears to be on page 9 of 62 on my electronic agenda. Does the graphic depiction of transfer include transfers to the province for the Alberta School Foundation levy?
Your Worship, or sorry, Deputy Mayor, through Your Worship, the reserve, so the other tax requisitions, the yellow in revenue is what we would be requisitioning from the community members for Alberta school tax and evergreens, as well as policing and I believe that Parks Canada is within that amount too.
Right.
And then the transfer that you see as the administration expense, that's the amount going out. So it's the large bar that's going out to the requisitioning bodies. So that's where you would see those amounts.
Right. So that large bar, $6.6 million, includes transfer out of the money that we collect and remit to the province on behalf of the school tax.
Correct.
Thank you. That was my only question. Thank you for that. And thank you again for those graphs. They're wonderful.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Thank you, Ms. Melanchuk. Councillor Demoda, I think I went for the break with you having indicated you'd like to speak up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Apparently, well, I lost all audio, so I saw people talking, but I couldn't hear you or contribute. So anyway, thank you for getting back to me. I do appreciate all the graphs and the extra information as well. It really details it. I'm more of a physical learner, so that really helped me out in understanding things more in depth. Getting back to passing the budget before we went on the break, I am a consummate fence sitter, and I do own that. And sometimes I'm weighing heavily on decisions for the community, and if I can hear a good argument either way to help me make my decision through the filters of is this good for the whole community? What are the costs? What are the costs are going forward? What are the costs are not going forward? And what are the social implications? And then lastly, is it the right thing to do? And I believe that, Councillor Wilson was right. We collectively made a decision that we were going to move forward on this. And, that's something I think we should honor. And I'm willing to go forward with it, with the 8.4. And, if things hit the fan, proverbially, in one direction or another, if we see some benefits coming towards the community in the springtime, or if things go in a bad direction, we have the ability, like other communities did, to go back and revisit the budget prior to the tax notices going out. I don't want to use that, as a target, but if we need to go back and review our budget, then I think we can, if the greater will of council is willing to do so, to go and revisit that. So, I've been convinced that it's the right thing to do, to at least go ahead with the changes from 2019 on what we decided on. So thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you very much. And you've raised a good point about the ability of council to come back and revisit. The other thing I'd add to that is we also have the ability to direct, if we are, as I believe we should, able to run our operation absolutely as leanly as possible in the light of current economic restraints. We have the ability to, in lieu of spending more on operations, to put more into reserves, which is then there for us in 2022 and moving forward. So there are a variety of tools council has at its ability, or at hand, to make our decisions to be flexible moving into the next year and the year following. Councillor Demoto.
Yeah, just to follow up, I appreciated Councillor Wilson's comments on setting up our new CAO and our current administration up for success going forward. And I think that's kind of what really rang the bell for me. We can't keep shackling ourselves, with what we've been doing in the past. And if we keep doing what we've done, we're going to get what we've got. So yeah, I appreciated those comments. I just thought I'd say that.
Thank you. Well, I attempted and failed to wrap up that conversation with the last word, but thank you for that, Councillor Demoto. And with that, I will consider 8.1 covered, and we will move to 8.2, a similar conversation with respect to the capital budget. And I think the first order would be, councillors, if there are any remaining questions for clarification or understanding of what has been presented, I think this is the time to pose those questions. Councillor Calarimbi.
Just in operations, it was proposed for a study for the downtown revitalization. I don't think this is funds well spent this year. I think we should be working in conjunction with Community Futures. Ms. Robbins last week detailed how they're going to be doing a resident survey, how they're going to be working with the downtown core. And I think that we should wait for the results of that study and see how that could fit with our operational plan before we spend further money on another study when we've already contributed 5,000 to that study.
Thank you for that. I'll just say that one area I'm struggling a little bit, similarly to the operating budget, I'm struggling a little bit with the capital budget to understand the broad range of proposals that we're brought forward, particularly from the operations department, to understand which of those proposals are manageable within the notional $8.4 million tax requisition, and which would extend us, would need further funding. And I'm watchful, and I'm working through the additional information that has been provided for us, and there is a lot of it, to make sure I'm as clear as I can be on that. And I am cautious because I know that one way that we can do more in the near term within the existing, within the $8.4 million tax envelope, if that is what we decide to pass, I know that one way we can do that is by borrowing money. But the proposals, as I see in front of us, already have a considerable addition to our debentures for the coming year for wastewater treatment plant and for recreation facility upgrades. And I'm really concerned about saddling future generations of council and of residents with more and more borrowing, because we feel that the work needs to be done now. So it's one thing I'm really looking at and wanting to make sure that I'm clear on by next week. I don't know that there is more information I can ask for. I believe it is all there, but I'm struggling a little bit with what seemed like frankly, a pretty long shopping list with respect particularly to infrastructure and operations cap requests, and needing to, I guess, rationalize that next to a reasonable 2021 tax requisition. So in terms of where my mind is going in readying us for next week's debate, that's sort of what I'm focused on. Mr. Greathead, I saw you flash to life there. Did you have something to add to that?
Deputy Mayor, just to confirm that a lot of these asks are, a bunch of issues, and aging infrastructure, aging facilities, and we've deferred and deferred and deferred historically for years. We're looking at our pool. That's a 1953 pool that's going to need some, incredible capital investment just to keep it in limp home mode. I don't mean to be flippant, but we still, everybody uses the bathroom every day. That's not going to go away. It's a real need that we have to invest in, and that's how the operations department has approached their budget. It's not nice to need it. There's none of anything that made it to the final cut to be presented a budget was a nice to have. Everything that we've asked for is to set us up for future success. So I can ask Mr. Hutton as well to join in, or next week if we want to go line by line on the items. That's in council's purview if they want to do that, and we can speak to that. I read some of the sentiment too. Just going forward when we've been asking for the staff increases and supporting our staff, and the concern about being placing locally owned businesses for the provision of a job. Some of the items that we've had, we had a leak in one of the recirculating pumps that handles the chlorine dosing in our reservoir. We were trying to get a local contractor in to do that work, and in my estimation, it was a pretty simple job. It was cutting plastic pipe, gluing it together, and replacing the feed lines, because they had vibrated and came loose over years and years of service. It still took us over 9 months to be able to get somebody in that had the confined space entry to do that work. So every day we were checking on it and making sure that things hadn't blown up over the night and that the water was safe. So there's a lot of that our group in operations was trying to really find out where our weak spots were. There's a sentiment out there that we're coming in and trying to make everything better within a year and trying to fix that up, and that's very far from the truth. The presentations that we're talking about needing to increase the utility rates, that's so we can support a 25-year plan to revitalize the infrastructure in the town And this is from the administration. It's a group of people that are tasked with have years and years of experience doing this work. And this is our best recommendations that we can make to council at this point. This is definitely not even close enough to steer the ship around. Right now, we're just turning on the blinker, the blinker, and indicating where we want to go with this level of budget. So, of course, we will work with it, whatever council deems is appropriate. But at this point, this is how operations sees us setting ourselves up for the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Greathead, and I'd like to respond back because you were responding to my question, and perhaps I indicated I chose the word shopping list. I wish I hadn't. I didn't mean to imply in any sense, and I don't suggest that administration or operations in particular, or anyone is over asking. I actually don't think that, and I absolutely respect the view that we have been kicking the can down the road. It was a favorite phrase of Mark Furchow, and that we really do need to deal with stuff. So with some of these things. So I don't think that you're over asking. This challenge that I find myself facing is, and this is more in terms of understanding than opinion as to validity of the request, it's understanding those requests in the context of what we as council think is sort of the reasonable tax requisition to put forward for this year. So that's where I'm struggling, and to be frank, I struggle more with that than do I think that this or that request is valid? I think they're all valid. I think we are going to have to triage a little bit, and you provided some amazing information here to help us do that in terms of helping us to see these various proposals in a context of their relative urgency, right down to color coding. I mean, it is awesome information. So if I communicated that I think operations in particular, or administration generally, is sort of over asking, that wasn't what I meant to communicate at all. I'm dealing, as we all are, with the struggle of setting those requests against the view that is ours to sort out at this table of what is a reasonable requisition this current year, and only that.
And sir, I didn't take it as such.
Okay.
By no means did I mean to infer that. It's just when we're looking at this, it's like asking us to pick our favorite children, or which children, which child gets the care. That's kind of how it is. And we do understand, like we're all here, we all sign up for this work because we do enjoy making a community better. We do, that's what we find gratifying about our jobs, is that we are making the change and we are looking out for the community. So that's just where our mindset is.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I don't usually look at my screen when I'm talking, and I was talking a lot. I know I see Councillor Demota's hand. I think there was one other. I'll go to Councillor Demota. Oh, and then I'll go to Councillor McGrath. Thank you.
I can defer to Councillor McGrath. I've been talking a lot, so I can wait my turn. She had her hand up before me.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much. I'm just posing a simple question here. With these capital budget charts and the color coding, can I just ask someone to explain to us the color coding and how this works? Is that a way of prioritization of projects?
Deputy Mayor, if I may.
Anyone from administration, Lee Pin?
Deputy Mayor, I can. Through
Thank
to
you.
Councillor McGrath. It's called conditional formatting. So it's just a system within Excel, actually, but it's aligning the amounts that are calculated by the scoring sheet and saying which is scoring higher and which is scoring the lesser amount. So higher is green, and it goes from green to orange to red being the lower amounts. So the amounts that were, so how it was compared is I did it by department within each department. So for instance, to give you an example, when we're looking at, I should look at it online, but I'm not. So operations, for instance, there's the library and the operations building as well as maintenance. It is then divided between each individual area. So it's not compared. So there's a blue line separating them, just to give you an idea of how it's laid out. And that being said, when we're speaking of operations, I would need to know going forward if it's operations in general or operations as indicated on the spreadsheets, because if you're looking at the budget, we break things down as per culture and rec, protective services, then there's operations, but then there's roads and grounds as well as utilities. So when we're speaking about the capital budget, I would need to know going forward which area we are speaking to. As operations was alluded to prior to this, there's operations that we have separated out from roads and grounds, and then utilities. And utilities have separate reserves from the tax portion of reserves. But I believe, Councillor McGrath, that do you understand how it's laid out now with my answer?
Councilor McGrath, go ahead.
Would it be fair to assume, Ms. Melanchuk, that a green item on the capital request would be higher weighted or higher priority than a red item?
Correct, and that's based on how it's been assessed by the scoring sheet above. So it takes into consideration a few items, whether it be health and safety or fiscally also by asset management, etc.
Thank you. If I don't see anything more from councillors, I will assume that we find ourselves ready to make decisions next week. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, thanks for coming back to me. I just wanted to say to Mr. Greathead that, you know, I understand that we have a lot of experts, and I really appreciate how all of our administration has risen to the task, and the information, the presentations, the detail we've been getting is getting better every year, and this year more so than any that I've seen. So I really appreciate you know, the level of detail we're getting, and it really, I wish more people in the community were able to watch what we're going through, because then they would understand some of the struggles that our community is facing. And aside from that level of expertise we have, I would like to maybe bring a group into our community that would assess all of our infrastructure as a whole and look at what we need to be contributing every year that is going to aid in the repair, maintenance, and the replacement of everything considered, because we need to address our main issue in serving a higher purpose to the rest of Canada as a hub for visitation. And that's kind of where we take a lot of our hits. And we have an archaic system of taxation, which hinders us to put us in these situations that we're in with these aging infrastructure, and then prioritizing, you know, some of the major stuff, and some of these minor things that are in red might arise to hit green in a year or two from now. And unless we address everything as a whole and figure out what we got to put away, to send alarm bells up the chain to get assistance from the province and even the feds to help them realize, as a resort community in Alberta and within a national park, we are facing some serious issues here, and we cannot be sustainable with our current taxation format. And you know, if we really knew what we had to put away year by year, so that we're not burdening the user of the day, so we're not front loading and back loading the replacement costs to those people, and instead it's the users that are going through the whole life chain from one generation to the next that are contributing to the replacement of our infrastructure. And we really need to have an analysis on that, because if we don't, we're just going to keep patching things and putting duct tape on everything that where we see problems arise, and they're just going to keep bubbling up more and more because we just don't have the fiscal power to address all our needs. Those are just the comments I made, and what direction we take from there, I'm not sure, but we're in a serious situation.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I thought we actually had that information. We have a study from 2017, the asset management plan that I think Mr. Greathead has been referencing. So I'm wondering if that is not the kind of study that you were referring to. And Mr. Greathead, I see you're unmuted there.
Deputy Mayor, if I may add to that conversation, a part of the increase in revenues was to begin funding, or that administration was searching for with the utility rates model, was to begin funding so we can actually do the appropriate study and design work for the municipality and really come to some assessments of where our critically weak spots or our choke points are, where our losses are. One thing I'd like to point out is that 48% of all the water that we produce actually goes unmetered. So that's lost revenue right there. You know, we have numerous gaps. And as unfortunately, you know, the thinking of the entire utilities industry has changed since Walkerton. You know, it used to be every municipality kind of did what they want, you know, what they felt was best. Now we do actually have a framework where we're required to consider not just the asset itself, but the life cycle of the asset. And, you know, it goes from development and planning to the construction through its life cycle and to end of life of these assets and when we need to recover it. So I understand that there's quite a bit of sticker shock and you know, frustration from our residents that are saying this is you know, an untenable increase. But I will say that the rates that council has directed us to prepare is pretty much in line with, you know, most municipalities within Alberta. So we're not that far outside of the bubble, even though we do have increased demands being a resort community.
Thanks, Mr. Greathead. Councillor Demota.
I just wanted to follow up. Yeah, thank you. And you know, and I totally understand what you're saying. But we also have to look at what we're doing internally. And, you know, you brought up the point about business licenses, you know, and our policy around those things. We have to be more creative with alternate sources of revenue so that we can help our community move forward. So I know that the conversation about paid parking is always a real stickler. But I think those things need to be discussed because the community needs to realize unless we start getting money from other areas, you know, Big Brother isn't going to help us out. So until that happens, we need to find our own ways to make things, our community, more sustainable while entertaining the rest of Canada and the world.
Thank you, Councillor Journo.
Thank you. We're still discussing the proposed 2021 capital budget, right?
We are.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the list that was produced here, and I'm also very disappointed to see 12 new additions. These are additions to the budget that was publicly presented only less than a month ago. That concerns me. But what concerns me more is there's 3 of them are vehicles. And we already had requests for vehicles. The additions alone are just about $1 million, 965,000. Like, hello, there's a pandemic, there's COVID, there's hardship in the community, and we're adding to already a very, very rich capital request of $16 million. And when I quickly look at this, there's a few safety items, but outside of that, we can live without it for a while. Yes, there's some planning to be done, but I think there's better planning to be done in order to really present this to us in a way that is what is needed, as opposed to the wish list that's provided here totaling $16 million. I think that's totally unacceptable. That's a comment only. I am up for discussion next week when we have to make more decisions, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler, and through you to Mr. Greathead or Mrs. Melanchuk. I really thank you for these graphs or tables. I have a couple of questions. Firstly, with respect to the category that is headed weight, and we begin with project category 20% and work down through a list, and that is the multiplier that is used. How is that weighting determined? Is that just a matter of judgment exercised by administration, or is there something else that drives that weighting multiplier?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship. The weighting is done by the director that is proposing the projects. We do believe that we should have one person weighting all projects together. However, given our time constraints within administration and all of us being very, very busy, we find it hard to just dedicate that one person to weighting all projects. And that one person might not know the scope of every project being submitted. When the director puts through the projects, they know the projects best. And I'm, if allowed to say, the new that is stated on the budget is not new from the last time capital budget was seen. It's new from the last time it was within the 2020 presentation of the capital budget. So I just thought I would allude to that. It was just things that came to the table since the last time the budget for 2021 was presented and capital was. And yes, I think that's everything.
If I may continue, thank you for that. And I appreciate what a challenging time it is, and how difficult for anybody to be cognizant of every capital project that might be contemplated. I wonder a little bit though about, for example, community and economic impact, and that is something where I think council might be able to exercise its own discretion quite fairly, but a weighting of 5% to a project that could generate a significant amount of economic benefit to the local economy might be something that council would choose to accelerate and weight as something more than 5%. And similarly, I struggle to find exactly where we would take account of expenditures that may save money in the long run. That is, if we don't do infrastructure repairs now, we could have significant breakdowns and additional costs and emergency repair costs and all sorts of things that can run up the bill exponentially. And I'm not sure that I understand the graph well enough to really see where that kind of consideration fits into the matrix. I'm sure it's there somewhere, but can you give me some guidance on that?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship. Yes, I agree. The weight in which it's related to is it's been put together and I asked all directors for their ideas on it going forward a few years ago. And it is not perfect by any means. It's what I came up with that was the best that I could do at that moment. I'm totally willing to receive suggestions in what could be improved in the chart for sure. I think that having more people look at it, the better, given that it was just looked at by myself as well as the directors and some of the management teams. So any input on that is definitely desirable. When it comes down to the impact going forward on if it's going to cost us more later on, that definitely is not within the chart at the moment, but I may be able to work it in within the operating budget impact. I would just have to assess it a little bit further.
Right, well, I very much appreciate that. And for myself, I will say that it is an excellent tool, and I thank you for your work. There are still questions that need to be resolved and can only be resolved by council, but this sort of a tool really does, I think, assist us. And so my final question, if I may, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is this. Is it fair to say that the color-coded lines at the bottom are an accurate reflection of administrative priorities, recognizing that this is simply a tool and that setting priorities is at least equal part art and science. So this is the science part, but does it reflect the art of assessment of priorities? And can we take this, we as council take this as a fair representation of administrative priorities based on the color coding?
Deputy Mayor, through to your worship, I am just looking for the capital items that I submitted for to bring it back and look at the scoring again. So that would be, oh, again, I saved the PDF. No, I'm not looking at the internet just in case. So for instance, the office meeting areas does score high. However, the virtual city hall does not score as high. So in retrospect, it has been a very important thing that we've been dealing with for many, many years in space and not having office rooms for some of our staff and whatnot. Virtual city hall, for example, though, would be more on a client perspective and very important in what we can provide the client going forward. So in every project that administration presents, I can say that we present it only because we think it's important and not that it's valued more or less than another project when it comes down to it. They all have different things that make them important, and we wouldn't bring them forward unless we thought it was right to do so. Council needs to know what we think is important within our areas going forward. Now, if council believes that that's different, then that's what it is. But I can say that there's a lot of items on the list, for instance, that you'll see is that there's, for instance, the fleet, the items are labeled historic or antique. They are no longer operational. They're needed in a sense that we no longer have that fleet available to us. So if there is an explanation behind every project that is submitted by every director. So I can say there's not really, they're all very important when it comes down to us and what we're presenting.
Right, and I do appreciate those remarks and that answer to my question. And I assure you, I'm not trying to question so much as to understand. And it is my hope that council and administration can work in unison with respect to advancing the priorities on the basis that there is, I think, a general understanding that we may not be able to achieve everything. So priorities must be set. And I am one that had asked for this list of priorities in the hope that it would make my job a little bit easier. And I really do appreciate the thoroughness of the material and your explanation. So thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. This is Melanchuk. I have a question that I'd like to pose, and I'm still struggling to understand the big picture with respect to potential impact in terms of this coming year and then debt with respect to the capital budget requests. So and I don't have page numbers for some reason, the way I'm looking at our agenda, but I'm looking at the page titled 2020 Reserves Year to Date and Year-End Estimates, where I see that you're estimating, subject to assumptions that you've had to make, that we would end this year with $4.8 million in reserves overall. And then down toward the end of the capital budget, or well, not to the end, where the 2020 capital budget 2021 capital budget proposals are totaled for $16.6 million. I see you've outlined how you would propose that those be handled in the coming year. And I see you propose using $4.3 million of reserves to handle those. So the question is, if we will end the year with about $4.8 million in reserves this year, you're proposing that we might add $2.1 million in reserves, which will get us close to $7 million reserves for 2020. And how much we contribute to those reserves does depend on both the tax requisition and the utilities bill. Would I be right in thinking that if you then use about $4.3 million from the reserves, that then at the end of 2021, we'd be left with about $2.6 million by my math in reserves? And I don't know if you could follow those numbers, but I'm just wanting to make sure I understand how those reserves would work for us.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, you are reading them correctly. So the year-end projections would be if all of the capital projects happen for 2020, if they all occurred. And then, yes, there would be the addition of the 21 reserves that are within the budget. And then you would remove the amount that is projected within the reserves on the 2021 capital that you see and just alluded to in the 4.3 million amount. Yes.
Okay. Good. That it's always nice to hear that when I read something a certain way that that is in the right direction. You've then subsequently proposed under the term funding $6.6 or something million. So that funding, am I right, is basically grant money and government programs, sort of a picking pot full of transfers from other levels of government.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, of various sorts that we don't need to go into. And then if we approve the entire gamut of capital asks. It would result in a debenture or a loan for the Culture and Recreation Department of about $3 million and another for the wastewater treatment plant of something close to $3 million as well in this year.
Correct.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure my understanding was clear and that some of those numbers were sort of verbally mentioned here in this conversation. Thanks very much. Those are all the questions I have. And if there's nothing further than council, I don't mean to rush us, but I will move us on to item 8.3, the sidewalk seating item. Seeing nothing else coming from council, we'll move on to item 8.3, sidewalk seating, retail area extension renewal. This is a verbal item. Who from administration will be leading this conversation? I'm waiting for some indication from administration of lead this conversation.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I was just on the phone there. So we're up to the sidewalk seating?
We are item 8.3, sidewalk seating and retail area extension renewal. It says verbal, so I'm assuming we have something of a verbal report from administration.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Working with Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce, it's been decided that they're going to actually make the PDAC application for the extension of the sidewalk seating pilot program, and they will be taking that forward from this point on. So we can take that off of our agenda for next week. It's kind of outside of administration's responsibility at this point.
Thank you very much. So did I'll just clarify, and I see you, Councillor Keller, Mr. Greathead, that it will be the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce that will be applying to PDAC for another year annual or an extension into 2021 of the existing program. Is that what you've reported?
That's correct, sir.
Interesting. Thank you, Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler, to Mr. Greathead. Mr. Greathead, just say that we get the approval and all goes ahead, and then it comes back to us through the bylaw department to approve the seating. Will the same process take place that everybody that wants the seating, especially if it's in the parking lane, will have to go to the people that those parking lanes are involved with, and they get to say yes or no? Am I correct? Will the same procedure take place?
Deputy Mayor, to speak to Councillor Kelly's question there, by having the Jasper Chamber of Commerce make the application, that still leaves the municipality in the role of the authority. So we will still have a final say over what goes on the street and how we administer that. The actual application and the process to go through, though, seeing as it is, really a business initiative, they're going to be the ones advocating for the program to continue on. So we would still have oversight, and we would still make sure that within the municipality's rules, and that would, again, keep us as the authority.
I think I probably didn't put my question properly. So last year, Mr. Greathead, if a business was taking up 2 parking stalls outside their business that affected people in upstairs, they had to go and get permission from everybody, we'll say in a shopping area, that they would agree to them having those stalls because they were shared. Will that process still say the same? So if somebody didn't want to agree, they could voice their opinion there and then. Would that same rule be there?
I believe that it would. Having said that, the PDAC will be making recommendations, on the administration of the program, and that's something that we could also covenant and make sure that everything fit properly. So at this point, we're just going to be removed from it until there's a decision at PDAC. We may be asked to be sitting in on the discussions with PDAC, but the nuts and bolts and the small stuff, that should all be kind of worked out. Those concerns should be addressed at the PDAC level, and then the final administration of the program would rest with the municipality.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gray.
I don't mean to be evasive. It's something that I don't think we're going to be involved in at this point. Once we get the ruling from PDAC, then it comes back to us and how we will implement it.
So if that's the case, then what I'm kind of hearing is if businesses have opposition to it, then they have the right to go to PDAC and oppose it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Thank you, Councillor Keller MP. Any other queries or comments on this item? Thank you very much. Then we will proceed to item 8.4, boards and committees. We have an attachment in our agenda package with respect to this item. Do we have some comments from administration on this item?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. I can take that one. This is partly in response to Councillor Damoda's request last week to revisit what was happening with the Environmental Responsibility Committee. And I think there was also a question about the Legislative Committee, but and which caused us to revisit the file. And as we progressed through that, we came up with the attached report, and essentially over the fall of 2019 and early winter of 2020, we had done some work in clarifying what our boards and committees should be and the terms of reference that they need, and particularly the model for boards and committees. Council at the time had discussed that the community conversations model would be a good one to try to integrate in our current boards and committees, and our record and notes show that the Culture and Recreation Board and the Environmental Responsibility Committee, namely, had been identified as potential areas that we could try a new model. And a few things happened following that conversation, one being the pandemic, which sort of caused this item to be pushed aside for some time. But also the sort of lack of clarity or lack of direction from an administrative standpoint, and maybe that's our own doing. I'm not suggesting that came from council necessarily, but what this hybrid model between a community conversation model and a more typical and traditional advisory committee looks like is something that administratively we have quite a hard time wrapping our heads around in terms of what that would look like, what the reporting structures are, and all the typical functions that you would find in a more traditional form of a committee. And in that sense, we the attachment that's included with the report sort of addresses the different areas that are usually outlined in a bylaw or in terms of reference, and the framework that we are used to working within. And so the request at this point is to request clarification from council on which model to go with. And if the hybrid model is still desired, there is more work that is required to certainly help administration along the way to understand what the desired outcome is, because as we see it, we just can't, we can't see how we could draft terms of reference for that model without further clarification on the model itself. And then having that said, administration's recommendation comes further down in that report that a more traditional model of advisory committee would be the easiest way to move forward. And easy is not necessarily the best, but we certainly think that it's a proven model that works in every other community and works well if the terms of reference are current, if they're accurate, and if they're relevant, then yes, that model works. I think part of the problem we've had over the years is several of our committees do not have terms of reference, or if they do have them, they haven't been revisited in years. Therefore, the outcomes and the priorities for those committees to look at are just very nebulous. So our recommendation would be to move forward, and we are happy to draft some terms of reference based on a more traditional model, because we know how that works and we can get it done. And then the suggestion that If there's a desire for broader community engagement on specific topics like culture and rec or environmental responsibility, that we could go to once annually or twice a year in collaboration with that committee, or even through that committee, get some broader community input through a community conversation style approach. But in the meantime, we're sort of at a standstill because we don't know what the direction is. So we are quite happy to work on terms of reference, but we need a bit more direction from council before we can do so. That's it from me.
Thank you, Ms. Nadon. Councillor Demota, please go ahead.
Well, firstly, I would like to thank you for bringing this up and detail it the way you did. I apologize if I threw more wrenches into the works during budget time, and that wasn't my intention. I just wanted to start fresh in January once we got through the biggest hump of our budget. So I appreciate all of this, and I'm glad that we have a better idea of where we're sitting at and what's been kind of holding us up collectively. Because I know in regards to the Environmental Responsibility Committee, particularly, we discussed, the potential of starting something new around 2018 when we were finalizing our strat plan. And there's been a little frustration in getting that developed, and I could see why. So with lack of clarity for direction, I just want to make sure that in January that we're addressing where our holdups were, and then give administration the right direction to move forward. Now we know where the issues are and the recommendations that we have. We can move forward with getting something started. So I don't know if that has to come via the legislative committee or not, or just from council as a whole. That's just something that I need to be clear on. And then Ms. Nadon made reference to public engagement, and I think within the boards and committee structure, something that we need to address within the legislative committee is our public consultation policy, and that's in need of renewal. It's mandated by the MGA, and we need to get that fixed right away. But again, in January and going forward, it's nothing that I wanted to tackle next week or within the month of December. So unless our last committee of the whole on the 22nd, if that's deemed as a regular committee of the whole meeting, then that may be discussed there. But it's not my intentions to add more work for administration or council to do during budget time. Thank you.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler, and thank you, Councillor Demota, for that, as well as thanks to Ms. Nadon for preparing this for us today and bringing us back to where we left off. I specifically with the Environmental Responsibility Committee, I share the same eagerness as Councillor Demota to get on it and get the ball moving. I think that specifically our environment has been hit hard by the pandemic and all of the initiatives that we were trying so hard to move forward as a society have taken a back burner, and it's really unfortunate for our earth that we have seen such backward steps in environmental action. So I think the more energy in the new year that we can put into environmental responsibility, definitely the better. In relation to culture and recreation and environmental committee setup, I think that Ms. Nadon's recommendation would be acceptable in the meantime. And should any ideas come about at a later date, we can certainly change things as we go. I do have a question maybe that administration could write down in preparation for discussions in the new year. I'm interested in the Friends of Culture and Recreation. I know it's maybe a not-for-profit society that exists, maybe under the realm of culture and recreation, probably comparable to the Jasper Community Team Society. And I have some interest in finding out more about the makeup of it, its function, who's on it, Does it have an annual general meeting? And maybe we can get that functioning better, as the JCTS receives lots of monies on behalf of the municipality to ensure social programming continues. And I believe that there's probably better functionality that can happen with the Friends of Culture and Recreation. I don't even know what to call it because I'm not exactly sure of what it is. And as well, in relation to budget discussions, I am interested, and I don't sit on the Culture and Recreation Board, but when we have an external request, say from the Habitat, I am curious to see what can be done and what ideas we could move funding towards, say, allocating the funds that would be given to Habitat to the Culture and Recreation Board, so that a board, including community representatives, are deciding what happens for this monies and how this monies is spent in the community of Jasper, versus just one organization when there could be many, moving through deciding what cultural activities or what creative programming happens in the community. So in relation to committees and boards, I have lots of momentum and lots of ideas, but I know today is not necessarily the day to get into it.
Well, thanks for those comments. I would propose, given that both Councillor Demota and Councillor McGrath have suggested that while they're ready to talk about it, they recognize perhaps this isn't the time, that we simply take this for information and then ask administration to bring it to a future committee of the whole meeting for further discussion, perhaps early in the new year, or at least once we have concluded budget discussions. Is council okay with that as a general direction for administration? Good. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Malone, for bringing this back as was asked. And this time, perhaps we can keep it on the agenda, and we'll ask you to place it on a future committee of the whole agenda for us earlier rather than later, but let's get ourselves through the budget conversations, or at least most of them, before that. It's 12:30. I said I would call a lunch break at 12:30. We don't have a lot of items left on this agenda, but I think our intent is to move directly from this agenda into a special meeting. So I will call a lunch break right now, hoping that a half an hour is acceptable for council and for staff. Is that amenable to everyone, that we would reconvene at 1 o'clock?
Deputy Mayor Butler, if I may, just for
yes,
the
please.
sake of the viewing public, the status of a potential, oh, I'm losing my words, special meeting. Had the formality of actually calling the meeting might be warranted at this time, if there is, if the written notifications have made their way to Mayor Ireland. Just to clarify in terms of how we promote this to the public, will there be something happening later on this afternoon or not? It sure sounds like it, but perhaps a more formal confirmation on that item would be beneficial for all.
I no longer see the chair. As Deputy Mayor, there he is.
Sorry, I was looking at emails and I realized I was still muted. So I was speaking cheerfully to my four walls and quite impressed with what I was saying, but now no one will have heard it. So that's pretty sad. I was noticing that there are the requisite 5 emails to Mayor Ireland. So I believe he has the mandate to move forward. I will add an email of my own as soon as we're out of this, so that we can formally say that we will be calling, that Mayor Ireland will be calling to order a special meeting following this meeting. Mayor Ireland, is that in line with your thinking?
Yes, I have received a written request from a minimum 2/3 of council to call a special meeting, and pursuant to section 194 sub 4. I will do that. I haven't formally done that because I think I need to confirm what is on the agenda for that meeting. And so I was intending to use this lunch break to do that, but just to give well, both council and the community some notice. My expectation is that a special meeting will be called for the purpose of considering waiver of notice to deal with bylaw amendments to the temporary compulsory face covering bylaw number 228 at today's meeting, and to consider a motion to give direction to administration regarding the conduct in public places bylaw. So we will need 2 notices to waive, and then deal with, as council considers appropriate, a motion regarding direction on the conduct in public places bylaw, and deal potentially with first and second reading of a bylaw to amend bylaw number 28. And then with the unanimous consent of council, we could deal with other matters, but I'm not sure that, well, will we have all of council for a special meeting this afternoon? So we could deal with slightly more, but those are the things that I foresee us attending to in the special meeting this afternoon. Is that ring true with the rest? Is that what you understood would be our order of business for a special meeting today?
Yes, I think there are 5 agenda items. I think 2 of them are waivers. There will be 2 readings of a bylaw and a motion to directed toward application of the conduct in public places bylaw. So
right,
that's what I'm hearing. If I can summarize what I think you said, council seems to be nodding in agreement, so I think you have it right.
and then to the extent that any amount of precision matters, I will then call a special meeting of council to follow immediately upon the adjournment of this committee of the whole meeting later today, whatever time that might be.
Perfect, thank you very much. All right, having expended 5 minutes of our lunch break, I will call us back to order at 1:05 p.m., giving us 30 minutes. I would like to make sure that staff have 30 minutes at least for lunch. Councillors, we'll see you at 1:05. Thank you. Well, I will go ahead and call the meeting back to order nonetheless. Our next item is agenda item 8.5, parking contribution alternative during COVID. From a letter from the Olive Bistro and Lounge is attached. I know this item was already appeared on our agenda as a item for correspondence. So I wonder if a member of administration could just clarify what the expectation is here in this being included, again, under brief updates.
Deputy Mayor Butler, I believe this was council that wanted to have this discussion about the Olive Bistro's parking spot and their concerns, and then just a chance to discuss the waiver of fees.
All right, thank you. Could I ask whether there has been any further conversation with administration around this in any way?
So there's not much more that administration can do other than have this funnel through the proper channel up to council level decision. We do have this in place in the bylaw. Administration was asked if we could waive the fees. I responded to the proponent that that's not in it's not permissible, and that it would have to go through and have a council resolution at this point. So that's that discussion, and it was brought back by council.
All right, so that's where we sit. Fine, thank you very much. Councillor Keller-Hemke.
I spoke with Darrell yesterday, and he advised me that when they built the hotel above the restaurant, that they actually paid for 2 parking stalls at that time also. So I believe they contributed over 14,000 to the parking authority already.
All right, thank you, though I assume those payments would not have been in respect of the parking space that has now been taken up. I assume that would have been a somewhat separate issue. Councillor Journeau.
Isn't this a development issue? Like, does this not belong to Parks Canada? They're the ones that have set up this parking requirement. And we are simply the bank holding the money. I don't believe, I sympathize with Mr. Huckaluk's request. I don't believe that it's up to us to waive the fee. I think it's up to Parks Canada. They're the ones that set the parking requirements. And yeah, we hold the money, but it still doesn't clarify to me what the parking requirements are. We've not been guided on what was done for sidewalk seating for the summer. And I understand there's been some exceptions to a development right around the corner at the hostel a few years ago, and I'm not clear on that. I'm not sure what the outcome, so that's background information that I would like to have. Being very sympathetic to Mr. Huckalux, but I don't understand, I'm not clear on the process, and I don't understand why it's our authority.
Deputy Mayor Butler, through to Councillor Journeau, I can speak to this one. I believe Mr. Huckaluk went to the Parks Canada Development Office and got approved for the proposal under the condition that the monies were paid under the Municipal Parking Authority bylaw. So it is our own bylaw that sets that fee. And Parks said, yes, you can develop, but you need to pay the fee to the municipality as per the bylaw. So that's where the authority comes from. Whether council wishes to waive that fee is the request that's in front of you right now.
Thank you, Ms. Nadon. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Butler, and I apologize that I was not here on November 24th to participate in the discussions thus far that have been had. So forgive me if I'm repetitive in any way. I didn't watch the council meeting recording. I have been in contact with the owners of the Olive Bistro, and I do have a lot of empathy and compassion towards their current situation. You know, building more outdoor dining is necessity right now, and it's necessity for all businesses to pivot and to change what they've been doing. They're also moving in a direction that is in alignment with council's strategic priorities of providing more local food available to the community. They have some goals of bringing some farm fresh food to their restaurant to distribute to the community members of Jasper. And I found that quite interesting, particularly in alignment with my own personal values and how we built those values of ours into our strategic priorities for the municipality and the organization as a whole. I do have an appetite to be flexible here. I believe that this fee is constructed and this bylaw is constructed under normal circumstances and under normal times. And right now we're not dealing with normal circumstances nor normal times. This is different, and these are different circumstances in which businesses need council's support to move in directions that they need to be able to move. And they also would require us to be flexible and amending what is currently in place. So whether that's a total waive of fees or a reduction significantly enough that it makes it possible for them to renovate and build the outdoor seating that they hope to build, I'm certainly in favor of being flexible. And if it requires a motion of council, I would be willing to bring it forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson.
I'm just circling back to where we were, I think, last discussion, when we last discussed this. I thought the move forward was to explore a bit more about deferral of the fee, and if the patio were to stay past next season's patio season, then the fee would become due. It seems pretty acceptable to me. If it's going to be a permanent structure, then the fee should be due, but I'm definitely flexible on if the fee's not willing to be, or not willing, sorry, it's difficult to pay the fee at this point, then defer the fee. But if the patio were to stay for future years, then the fee becomes due. I thought that's, we kind of talked that one out last, I guess it was last week, but that's kind of what my memory brings up, and I definitely support that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. I don't think that we can waive the fee, and I don't think we can reduce the fee without addressing the bylaw, and that is something we could choose to do. But if we were to take actions like that, those actions would have to be applied equally to any and all. However, we've demonstrated willingness to defer payments under the COVID situation, and particularly because we have allowed businesses to move into parking areas. I think that we should show willingness to defer the fee until at least the following year. And as Councillor Wilson said to me, if the patio remains in place, then we have to fall back onto the bylaw. We can't just start making exceptions to the bylaw itself. But deferral, I think, is appropriate under these circumstances, and I'm in line with Councillor Wilson's thinking on that. So I don't know where we go from here, but if we could give direction to ourselves as council to consider a motion to defer, then I would be open to that, but not a waiver. I just don't think that would be equitable to others who have already paid into the fund. So just wondering, so that we can dispense with this at least for today fairly quickly, if we could just have councillors sort of weigh in on whether deferral until the end of the year, until the next year, until COVID is over, something along those lines is workable for council. Councillor McGrath.
I completely understand the point of equity that is trying to be made. However, deferral doesn't benefit us small business owners. Deferral only makes us indebted to something in the future. And deferral has proven throughout this COVID situation to be one of the most problematic problems that small businesses face, forcing us to take out loans down the road and forcing us to become unhealthier with our cash flow. So I'm not sure exactly what would be supported by council, but I don't necessarily agree with deferral being the answer here.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. I fully agree with what Councillor McGrath is saying, and I also understand what you and Councillor Wilson are saying. I want to support an initiative like this because I think everything that the Councillor McGrath addressed is poignant and makes sense. The only issue I have are other businesses that were required to pay into the parking authority, and what kind of precedent that would be setting if all of a sudden we made this change. So if we had some sort of feedback that way, that if those other businesses were okay with the change, but I'm not sure what kind of worms we're opening. I'm totally empathetic towards the request and the situation of the people that own Olive Bistro. I'm not sure if we're really equipped to make that kind of decision right now. But if we understood a little bit more about what they paid into with the whole building itself, and if they've already contributed and then taken away that space, then there might not be an authority needed there. I'm not sure, even though I'm not sure what's required. Thank you.
I'll just weigh in that my opinion with respect to deferral, and I think I'm in line with Councillor Wilson, is deferral until the time that we remove the sidewalks, additional sidewalk seating provisions for COVID. If the patio remained in place after that and continued to take up a parking space, I don't see that there's any other alternative than that be paid. So the spirit of my suggestion of deferral is only to essentially allow the same discretion that we have allowed with others to move into parking areas. But if it goes beyond the time that we extend additional sidewalk seating for COVID, then I don't see there's any choice but for the bylaw to apply. We can't be making one-off exceptions, whether we share the values of that particular restaurateur or not, in my view. Councillor Keller-Harrington.
Sorry. I agree. Talking with Dara, like they just don't have the funds to pay it. So I like the idea that if we can defer this till we finish with, you know, allowing sidewalk seating in the spirit of COVID, and then it continues. Maybe we can set up, he could set up an administration, a payment plan over 2 years that he doesn't have to pay the bulk all at once. That would allow a business to get back on their feet.
Councillor D'Amato.
Well, not to put buggies in front of horses and things like that, but we still have to get approval from Parks Canada to have patio seating for next summer. So, you know, we're kind of stuck in that situation too. And then, you know, there's the alternative. If that does pass, and then what if all of a sudden these things become a permanent thing in the community? I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but if it does happen, then, you know, then the deferral idea changes. So there's still a lot to contemplate. There's still a lot to understand. And I don't have all the information to make a decision on that today or at the next meeting.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Butler. Mr. Huckluck is on the line, and in the spirit of what we would have in a normal council meeting, we would perhaps have an opportunity to ask Mr. Huckluck questions. And I'm curious, you know, it's easy for me to say deferral doesn't make sense, and, you know, it doesn't make sense in my small business, but I don't know if it is a good option or a feasible option for the Olive or not. So I'm curious if this conversation could be posed to the owners of the Olive Bistro so that, you know, maybe it is very helpful for them to have this deferral, or maybe it's not. I'm curious on what their perspective is and what their unique circumstances are.
With the will of council, I would suggest that if that's a question you would like to pose to Mr. Huckluck, and he is in the room, so to speak, I think our tradition has been in a case like this that we might allow a member of the public to address council briefly. It is not a presentation, or to ask a question. Could I have nods from council, willingness to allow that particular input? Thank you very much. Ms. Byrne, can you see that Mr. Huckluck is present, and can you let him in from the waiting room or wherever the great unknown out there is?
The limbo. Unfortunately, Mr. Huckluck has disappeared. Oh, he just came back. I'll promote him now.
Great, thank you, Mr. Huckluck. Can you hear us? I mean, thank you, Kayla. Mr. Huckluck, can you hear us? You appear to be muted. There we are.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Thank you. So I think that Councillor McGrath had a question. Councillor McGrath, could you maybe re-pose that question?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Huckluck. It's nice to have you here with us. And We
Thank
can't
you.
see you, but I'm sure you're there in good spirits. As you've been most likely hearing from our conversations, we're debating a deferral, and I was trying to represent small business and saying that the deferral might not be the best, as it leaves you owing money in the future. Could you maybe help guide council as to expressing for your individual business whether that would be reasonable or feasible for your business to move forward with your plans of expanding your patio if we were to defer the payment that would be currently expected?
Yeah, well, a deferral wouldn't really help us out that much, just due to the fact because we're already down a significant amount of money. So like this would just kind of be helping us get back on our feet. Like a deferral, like, yeah, we owe in the future, but it still doesn't help us get back on our feet. Yeah, like over the year, I think if I go look over, yeah, we're like over like 60% down in numbers. So it's kind of, yeah. Yeah, like we've taken government loans, we've tried, like we've taken every avenue we can to kind of help us, and we're just kind of, this is our kind of shout out to the town. Like if you can help us out with this, that'd be amazing. Like I understand the bylaw, I understand everything there, but it was just kind of something that we thought could maybe help a small business like us out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huckaluck.
Thanks, Mr. Huckaluck. Guess my concern will remain, Mr. Huckaluck, and I'm more than sympathetic, more than I can say. I am concerned that if we waive or significantly reduce the fee going into the future after council, I am absolutely certain that we will then have similar requests from others who will be subject to the fee or will already have paid the fee in good faith. And I'm sure you appreciate that would leave council in a little bit between a rock and a hard place. So if deferral to allow you to put off payment until after COVID, should you decide to keep the patio in place, doesn't help, then it does leave me wondering where we have to go. I think my thinking would be that if we allowed you to defer the payment and you then chose to keep the patio in place after COVID, then probably the fee would have to come due. If you chose then to remove the patio and go back to operations as they are now, then the payment wouldn't be due. That would be my feeling of how we could approach it. So I suppose that's where I sit, as harsh as that seems, unless council is prepared to reassess the bylaw for sort of a post-COVID period. And I'm not sure we are, then I'm not sure where we have left to go. Don't know if any other councillors here have thoughts on this today. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler, and I, to a large extent, endorse the view that you have expressed. I think that this is understandably, but perhaps unfortunately, tangled up with what council allowed as expanded use of public space for retail and for restaurant use. But this is not an issue of private use of public space. This is, as Councillor Journeau indicated, a development issue on private space. And our bylaw is predicated on development requirements to do with parking. And just because this happens to be development on a parking space, would it be any different if a resident approached us and said, well, we want to expand to a rooftop patio, and because it's COVID, we should be relieved of development criteria and in particular parking requirements. So while I have sympathy and I want to do what we can to enable all of our business to succeed through this COVID period, I see a difference in kind in this application. And while I would support deferral, I would want the applicant to be really clear that if this is a permanent addition or is intended to be, then at some point the development reality has to be met. Our only alternative is to say that development in this community does not require parking, and we will walk away from that. So I don't think that it is matching public use of, or pardon me, private use of public parking in the same way. This is what appears to me to be an intended permanent addition on private lands and is therefore different in kind. But to assist, if it is of assistance, I would certainly support a deferral. That does make sense. And if it works, then there is greater cash flow and they will see how it goes. My other concern is that it is possible, although I don't want to forecast what comes, but it's possible that our expanded use of public spaces could become permanent. Would that mean that the deferral would be permanent and that people could anticipate having additional development and never meet what heretofore have been the development criteria? I think this is a much more complex issue than it might appear. It is not just parking for parking, but to assist the applicant and perhaps others in the same situation, I would be supportive of a deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Demoda.
Yeah, and I see where the mayor's coming from, and that completely makes sense to me. Now, in regards to deferral, we might have some issues come up later on in 2021 where people will have to defer some taxes. And I'm wondering, in the spirit of assisting our local businesses and other people in the community, I know that in the past that we've made arrangements with utilities and other sorts of payments with residents in setting up payment plans. And if we could set something up structurally to, help aid cash flow for certain people in the community, whether it's businesses or residents, then maybe we should prepare to look at something like that as well. If you don't want to hit somebody with a $7,000 hit right away, because even down the road when if they're coming out into the black, you don't want to take all that money away from them right away either. So I think that they're in the spirit of assisting community members out. Maybe that could be a plan down the road if we can't, show any relief.
Well, thank you very much. With that comment, I start to my antenna go up as to a spiraling conversation around other issues, and certainly payment plans around amounts due to the municipality over the next year are likely to come up. But I think that what we have heard here today from council, if I can sum up, is likely support for the idea of deferring if the object is to defer payment through the COVID period. But if the development becomes a permanent development, that one way or another the payment would become due. And I think we also heard from Mr. Huckaluk that he does not find that to be helpful. So perhaps the best we can do today is to suggest that Mr. Huckaluk take what he has heard here today from council as to a willingness to consider deferral, given that his letter doesn't ask for deferral but asks for waiver. He could come back to council if he has, after consideration, decided that maybe some deferral would help. But otherwise, I don't know that we can progress this conversation much further here today. So, Mr. Huckaluk, I will offer you the opportunity to, offer any other comments you might like. But I think probably we have some sense of consensus from council as to how far council would be prepared to go and how far council likely isn't prepared to go. So I wondered if you had any further you wanted to add, Mr. Huckaluk.
No, there's not much else to say. Thank you so much for your consideration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilor McGrath.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Butler, I have one further question for administration. is it council's realm if a payment plan was needed, or is that administration's realm? Is that beyond council's jurisdiction? Is that something that Mr. Huckluck would be able to work out with our administration and not needing council's oversight?
Deputy Mayor, I'd need some time to look into that. This is obviously a unique item as well, seeing as it is a permanent build. So if I can defer and get back to you within a week on that, would that be sufficient?
Yes, thank you. I think it would be certainly not something we expect an answer to here, but I will point out that not even sure in a sense that an early answer to that question is helpful in the sense that where we stand right now is that the applicant has suggested that really a deferral isn't what he was hoping for, in which case a payment plan wouldn't really apply. But it is a good question for the record to understand just where administrative authority leaves off and comes back to council, when we may inevitably be talking about deferrals of various sorts of payments over the coming year. So it would be good to hear some insight into that. Thank you. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, if I may, I don't want to encourage adding any more to next week's agenda. So if it could be worked into like a budget discussion, or deferred to the next committee of the whole on the 22nd. We've got a big day next Tuesday, and I know that this is an important discussion. However,
good point. I agree.
We should be tasking Mr. Greathead to come back.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's not that urgent that we need an answer by this time next week. All right, with leave of council, I'll move forward then. And thank you very much, Mr. Huckluck. Item 8.6 is an update on the off-leash area verbal. Who will be leading that? Mr. Greathead?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. This is just in response to the letter that we received a few weeks ago about the concerns expressed at the off-leash dog park. That park we do have an LOC, license of occupation for that area, and it's got the elk-proof fencing, kind of the barrier laid around there. I expressed or brought up the concerns with the operations crew. We went out and checked, and the doors or the gates at the dog park were functioning properly. I'm not sure what the issue was at that time, but they have been working functionally. And the garbage cans and the dog bag mitts, we keep them up so that we're not sending our staff down to empty those bins in case of icy weather. We all know that it's in a bowl-shaped depression, so it's kind of more of a health and safety item for our workers to make sure that those are up and easily available for the trucks, so we're not up and down and at the bottom of that, at the bottom in the dog park. So it's more of an efficiency item, and the garbage cans, we put them on our spot. So and I also just like to point out too, at this point, we spend about just a little over $6,000 a year on those the mutt mitts, or the dog bags that we put out around the various sites within the town. Also, we do provide water there seasonally that comes off of a trucked water, and we have a contractor that supplies that. So I'm not sure if there's anything further requested from council about this.
Thanks, Mr. Greathead. I use the dog park infrequently. Well, actually, I never use it, but my dog uses it from time to time. And I have to say, I really appreciate the extras that are provided there, the water in the summer, and the garbage cans being close by. And I always think that the little mutt mitts, which I can't believe we spend $6,000 a year. It's always amazing to me what things cost. But it's really nice to have them there, and I think it encourages people to keep the area clean. Councillor Demota?
Never let them tell you it's a bunch of bullshit. Anyway, I made some observations just because I do use the dog park quite a bit, and Ms. Byrne was nice enough to let me screen share, because I went and check things out, particularly after sunset. And I'm going to try to do the share screen here. So, okay, or maybe just photos. Can I do that? Can you see it?
Nope.
Okay, how about now?
No, but we can't see you either.
Okay. I don't know why the screen share. Here we go.
Well, perhaps Councillor Demoto, I don't know, could we come back to that, or can you hold it up to your camera? Not sure where to go. All right, well, I'm going to, with thanks, if you do figure that out, maybe we can just pop back to it, but I don't want to delay unduly. And now I think we have actually perhaps lost Councillor Demoto into the ether altogether. But I will then move forward with item 8.7, December 22nd Committee of the Whole. And I wasn't quite clear on why this was brought forward. Ms. Nadal, was this a question that you were simply wondering if council wished to hold that meeting because it was coming close to the Christmas break? Was that the nature of the spirit in which you brought this forward?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. So formally, the meeting is scheduled to take place. So on the council calendar that's posted on our website and approved annually, it is scheduled, but yes, because it is so close to the holidays, just verifying with council either way, just getting your sense of direction on whether you still want to meet or you would rather cancel that meeting.
Well, I'll start, I'll weigh in. I think we have much to deal with. And even the day following that is still a day of business. In fact, 2 days following that. So we have much to deal with, and particularly in view of, I wonder if we will, by the end of the meeting on the 15th, have managed to pass our budget. I think we should at least keep that date on our calendars. And I'll just ask council to weigh in either by nodding thumbs up, or if you'd like to speak, let me know. Councillor McGrath, did you want to speak up? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Thanks, Councillor Butler, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Butler. I agree with you that we have lots of work to do, and there is much to be done before the year end. So I am certainly willing to be here, and as much energy and attention as needed on December 22nd is definitely available by me.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. I agree with meeting for many purposes on December 22nd. I would, though, going back to our earlier discussion, suggest that we do our best to limit the items for discussion on the Committee of the Whole agenda and add to that day's business a specific council strategic priorities session. It is now scheduled for December 15th, but I think in light of all that is going on and must go on, we would not serve ourselves or the community well by trying to compress things into that day. And I would rather see us try to minimize the workload for Committee of the Whole, but maximize our day by including strategic priorities on the 22nd. And now I am talking to the dog park. Now we're back. So anyway, that is my view, is that we make full use of December 22nd, but for a limited Committee of the Whole and a maximum strategic priority session.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I'm seeing nods from all of council that I can see. So let's move forward on that basis. We will attempt to keep the agenda limited and try to use a good part of that day for those strategic planning discussions that we know we've been sort of kicking down the road. And now I'm feeling just hugely open and indulgent and generous. So Councillor Demota, if you wanted to do your screen share, which we see that you succeeded achieving, please go ahead.
Yeah, let's try this again. I think I got it figured out.
Well, we saw for a moment.
Although one of the photos that I wanted has disappeared. However, I can make it work. Okay, so this is I went out there at nighttime. This is what it looks like inside the dog park at the western side of the fence. And those lights that you see are lights coming off from the hostel, the international hostel. So do you see my second screen? So this is about 100 meters up in the ravine area from the dog park, or the off-leash area, I apologize, with lights that are cast down from, this is light pollution coming off of the hostel. So like quite a bit of lighting down there. And you can see from an angle from the road how much that lights up the lower bowl there from the road. And then being inside, that's being inside the bowl, just down from the hostel, and how well lit that is. So I know that we can't have any permanent structures in the ground in that area. And that's why we've had that non-permanent fencing, that temporary fencing up, which has really helped out everyone in the community. Now here, this is the dog park in Edson. They've got a photovoltaic charger set up with their lights in there. And so I was thinking, if we could still keep the lights on our land across the street and somehow, you know, without contributing to too much light pollution, we might be able to get some sort of lighting down the road for the dog park. This is just thinking outside the box. I don't know if it's feasible. I just made that observation being out there, and I was impressed at how well lit the area was just from the hostel itself. So, sharing my observations with council and administration. There we go. Did that work?
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we're back, and I will simply leave that as comments for future discussions. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you.
So we concluded item 8.7. We will go ahead with committee of the whole on the 22nd, and probably a strat planning session. So item 9 is other new business, and I will deal with item 9.1. A request for a letter of support regarding the Connaught housing project. And Mayor Ireland, did you want to lead that?
Yes,
or did you want me to lead that? Sorry.
Oh, I'm fine to do it. Either one, but and I will just advise council that through Councillor Butler and his work on the Jasper Community Housing Corporation, and since we looked or are aware of an initiative under the Rapid Housing Initiative offered through CMHC, there has been a request that the mayor provide a letter of support to go along with our application. That is still being developed through Derek, and I can't recall his last name at the moment.
Derek Weiss.
Derek Weiss. And so I just wanted a level of comfort that council is content if I send such a letter of support, even though it's not yet drafted. You don't know the details, but it is just an opportunity for us to make application, and our advisors, our consultants indicate that a letter of support from the mayor would be of assistance. I'm quite happy to do that. And I bring it up only to let you know and hopefully see nods of approval or thumbs up. And Councillor Butler, if you wish to add to it, you're more familiar with the project than I am.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. I don't really have much to add. Council has been made aware of the grant application that we are very quickly moving forward on, and 2 members of the JCHC board, Councillor Wilson and Councillor McGrath, are aware of this. In fact, this last request came to me only, I think, late in the day yesterday, that a letter from the mayor would be requested, and they would like that within the next week or so. So I haven't even really yet had the opportunity to communicate that to the JCHC board. But it is really just a small piece. There's no specifics, I think, alluded to in the letter, and Mayor Ireland will certainly circulate the letter draft. It is simply a broad statement of support from the municipality for the grant application that we would be applying for the Connaught housing project. So if there's any questions on that, either I or Mayor Ireland could answer them or try to, but that's really about all it amounts to for the moment. Councillor Tomoda?
No, I had more of a question on the available positions on the board, but that's for another meeting. I'll bring that up with HR.
All right, thank you very much. All right, then seeing no objection, I think Mayor Ireland, you have the go ahead on that you needed. Was there anything else under further business, under new business? Councillor Journeau?
As your rookie chairman of the HR committee, which is me, I omitted or neglected to add to the agenda an in-camera item to introduce the applicants for the proposed appointments to the board committees of the Library and Culture Board, Culture and Rec Board. So what I propose to do instead, this would have been very time consuming and it's already a busy day. So what I propose to do is email you, all the council, the applications. You can review them. The HR committee has met already and will meet again to come up with a recommendation for next week's meeting. I hope that's okay with everybody. I see a frown from Councillor, the other member of the HR committee, Councillor Kelleher MP, and I see a thumbs up from Councillor Demoda. Please help.
I thought that we were going to have a conversation and put forward our recommendation, what we came up with the other applicants, and see how council felt about that before we made our final choice. But I might be wrong.
Yes, that was because it's late and I did not add in the meeting, and the meeting is already long and it would require an in-camera session. I propose to email the applications instead.
Okay, sounds good to me.
I'm good with that, and then we can make the recommendations to council. And if there's any issues revolving any of the applicants or any background that needs to be done, then council has the opportunity to have a say, and we've always kind of done that. So I appreciate that process.
All right, well, we seem to have had a little HR committee meeting here in the confines of the parameters of our committee of the whole meeting, and they seem to have come to the conclusion that this item will be dealt with by email and, if necessary, an item at our next regular meeting. I hope, keeping in mind that our next regular meeting will be primarily and should be primarily devoted to budget, but we will leave it at that. Thank you very much. That moves us on to, if there's no further new business, then I will move us on to agenda item 10.1 under correspondence. We have first a letter with feedback on the 2021 budget presentations from Shelley Coble, and I will just allow a moment should councillors wish to query or comment with respect to that letter. Councillor Kelleher.
I just want to thank Mrs. Coble for her letter and her feedback. I think it's great that the business community, members of the community, gives us their feedback.
Thank you very much. Councillor Journeau.
Likewise, I'd like to thank the contributor to the letter. We get lots of comments from on the street And the answer, of course, in most part is, write a letter. It's going to go to all the members of the council. And your point has to be acknowledged by at least 4 members to be considered. Otherwise, it goes nowhere. So anytime we get a letter, we have to be extremely thankful for the people who step up, give us their opinions, which this letter is well done, by the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to break in for a moment and advise council and members of the public who may be watching that Mr. Greathead has excused himself from the meeting to attend a briefing with Dr. Dina Hinshaw. So I only wanted to make that public at this point. On this letter, I also would like to thank Ms. Coble for the letter. It is very well thought out and detailed, and has helped me to understand a community perspective on some of these questions. And it will absolutely these will be issues that I will be considering next week when we make these budget, move through the budget decision process. And certainly would like to express that I welcome as much input and letters as anyone would wish to offer council with respect to the upcoming budget decisions. They're big decisions. We recognize the gravity of them, and I think we all value input from anywhere within the community. So if there's nothing else on this particular item, Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I just wanted to publicly thank Mrs. Coble for addressing us and the details that she laid out, and definitely a lot of food for thought here and well written. So thanks.
Move us to agenda item 10.2. We have that added today, the letter from the Chamber of Commerce. And councillors, you have been circulated that letter. And I believe the request, while flexibility is indicated, the request is for some manner of meeting, primarily with the goal of understanding the budget, but I have no doubt also with the goal of providing input. I think one of the questions we have, would such a meeting best be held? Would we be asking administration to hold a meeting? Given that I understand a great deal of the concern is around understanding the draft budget as presented, or would it be, would there be some form of meeting with council or councillors? So I just open the floor to consideration of the request in this letter. I think people are probably taking a little time to review the contents of the letter, but there is a specific ask in it, so I think we have to respond in some way. Councillor Demota?
Well, I didn't want to, I saw that Councillor McGrath had her hand up to address, she wanted to address something in the last item, and I think you missed her. She was having technical issues, I think. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry, I didn't see that. I'm having a little trouble seeing Councillor McGrath, but if you had meant to speak and I overlooked you, Councillor McGrath, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I apologize. I've had some technical issues. My device that I was on for the meeting up until now just died, so I'm on to device number 2. And I was just hoping to echo the rest of councillors' comments and to thank and show gratitude to Mrs. Coble for writing us and sharing her perspective with us, because that's what we're here for, and we need to know that perspective as we move into these really important decisions. So thank you for acknowledging me.
Thank you very much. So back to the item at hand, views on the request from Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce. Councillor Kelleher-MP.
Well, next week we have budget discussions, and to make a decision, maybe they can make a presentation as part of the budget presentations next week, or we can answer their questions at that time, as administration and council will be meeting, and they can also give us their perspective.
Right, thank you very much. That's one suggestion, that they be invited to present. Other thoughts? All right, not sure where to go with this. I'm inclined then to ask council, would council agree? I mean, I know that in any given regular meeting, if the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce asked for an opportunity to present, that question wouldn't even come to council. Administration would just facilitate it. And perhaps that is a good way forward with this request. Could I, by way of nods, thumbs up, smiles, frowns, have indication from council if we're okay with going forward with that? And if council would like to make any other specific suggestions as to response to this letter, please speak up here. Councilor Wilson, were you raised? No. All right, well, I'm dealing with something of a lack of much indication from anyone, but I will go with that and suggest, and I will communicate to Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce whether that is a suggestion made here. I do think that we may have Mrs. Pavlov in the room, and perhaps we can tie this up right now if she is there and would like to respond, whether they would find that to be satisfactory. Ms. Byrne is, to your knowledge, Mrs. Pavlov in the ether. I see Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce. That's probably Mrs. Pavlov. Welcome. Did you want to speak to that suggestion, Mrs. Pavlov? Ms. Pavlov, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. You don't appear to be muted, but we are not hearing you. We're forever dogged in the Zoom world with technical issues, though we do amazingly well, I have to say. Well, maybe that's not going to work. I will, because Ms. Pavlov called and asked if she could submit this letter late as a result of a meeting held only last Friday. I will get back to Mrs. Pavlov and just confirm that council would be happy to hear a presentation on next week, next Tuesday. Mayor Ireland, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. I am concerned only with the fact that as I read the letter from Mrs. Pavlov on behalf of the chamber, they are requesting an opportunity to meet so they can then communicate with the broader membership. And if we invite them on December 15th and hear their presentation in advance of our decision, that then does not at all meet their expressed intent to have an opportunity to communicate to their membership. So a presentation is one thing, but it's the communication element that seems to drive the letter. So I'm simply concerned that if we just invite them on the 15th, not that I have any opposition to that, but it doesn't necessarily fulfill the need that they have indicated, which is understanding first and communication secondly. So if the intent is to have a better understanding among at least the membership of the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce in advance of the 15th, then I think we might consider whether or not we could engage them in, or at least their, I think they call it the advocacy committee, in some sort of Zoom format prior to that, so that we can maybe answer questions and they can provide information to their membership before we come to decision day, which is next week.
Well, thank you, Mayor Ireland. And I see now that chat came through from Ms. Pavlov, who seemed to have trouble speaking into the meeting. And so I'll read that. It says, I would like to speak to the idea of presentation. However, we do have specific questions we would like answered prior to making the presentations next week. And then she said, thank you, Mayor Ireland. That was exactly my point. So I don't know, Ms. Pavlov, are you now able to speak? Should we try that again? I see you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Are you on a Bluetooth device or anything like that? Maybe you could disconnect or anything like that. Well, I guess failing that, my question would be for Mayor Ireland, I wonder what that meeting would look like. Would you suggest a meeting between council and the advocacy group of Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce? It seems to me that if primarily they're looking for clarification on the budget requests, then those would be the kind of questions that may well be better answered by administration. And I wonder about thoughts on that.
And I thank you for that question. And I too am at a bit of an impasse on my thinking on this. I do note that in part, the letter indicates that the membership does not understand the foundation for the request put forward from administration, operations, and the various nonprofit organizations that rely on municipal support. Well, that explanation best comes from those groups, not from council. So that makes it difficult. If they have questions of administration, we would have to consider what members of administration might be part of that that Zoom call. And then finally, we do not have a finance or budget committee, which this could easily fall within that sort of ambit, but we deal with these as council or as committee of the whole. So again, I'm a little bit unsure how we could actualize this request. How big a group do we need? Could we appoint today a bit of an ad hoc committee with some administrative personnel to deal with this? I appreciate time is very short, and I haven't had, I just saw the letter. Well, I think you sent it early this morning, but I didn't read it until now, I confess. And so I wasn't sure what we were dealing with. But I do recognize that time is very short. So I would like to be able to leave today's meeting with some bit of clarity about who might meet with the Chamber Advocacy Committee, if anyone at all, and whether that should include some elements of our administration.
Well, good suggestions. I certainly am willing to, if it was, depending on the parameters, I'm happy to meet with any voter, any residents, any constituents at any time. But there's a difference between meeting to express my views as councillor and discuss my views as councillor, and certainly between that and speaking on behalf of council, which I am not much prepared to do. But if the purpose of the meeting was primarily around clarification of the requests, then it may indeed be helpful to have some representation from council, and I'd be happy to help with that, as long as it was understood that I would not be speaking on behalf of any other councillors' views with respect to any of the budget requests. I don't know how others feel. I open that to discussion. We could, as Mayor Ireland has suggested, we could form an ad hoc budget committee specifically for the purpose of speaking with the Chamber of Commerce. And I think that's appropriate. The Chamber of Commerce is a very important representative organization in the community. So it seems appropriate, even though it feels a little last minute, it does feel appropriate to come up with some way of meeting with them. So thoughts on that? We could even, I don't know, we have mayor and deputy mayor. We could choose that as a way of going through, though I don't want to speak for Mayor Ireland. Mayor Ireland, go ahead.
Yes, you're afraid that I may flee, but I will not. And I was thinking the same. I certainly am amenable to being included in an ad hoc committee to meet with the chamber. And Deputy Mayor Butler, you've indicated a willingness. It would be nice to have one more or more if other councillors are interested, but of course, the fewer, the more nimble we can be in terms of timing as well. But 3 seems like a workable number to me.
Councillor Kelleher-Empey, were you holding your hand up?
I can participate. I have some open time this week.
All right. Councillor Demota?
I believe Councillor McGrath was up before me. I know it's hard to see your screen, but I could speak after her if that's good.
Councillor McGrath?
I'm sorry, is it hard to see my screen at the moment?
It is, but that's all right. I just have to maybe look more closely.
Okay,
I
sorry
gave-
about that. I'll try to put my hand up a little bit differently. I too would be super interested in participating and hearing from the advocacy committee, and on behalf of businesses, I'm certainly really curious to hear their perspective and know their concerns firsthand. So whether that comes through me directly being there as part of the ad hoc committee or through the councillors that are present, I'm amenable to either.
All right, thank you. Councillor Kelleher-Empey, go ahead.
Yes, Councillor McGraw's a small business. I'm quite happy to step away, and if you just want 3, I was quite willing to help, but if Councillor McGraw would prefer it, I'm good with that.
I would like, thank you for that. And what I would suggest, just given this conversation, and honestly only that I'm trying to move the conversation forward, I wondered if what it would look like if perhaps Mayor Ireland and I put our heads together in terms of what sort of format and how we would propose running the meeting. Advise council, try to choose a time. And honestly, it seems to me that any councillors who can make themselves available probably should be welcome to attend. I don't know that we need to particularly designate specific people. And I wonder what that would look like. We probably need to have some conversation about the format of the meeting, public, not what members of administration should be involved, that sort of thing. And perhaps Mayor Ireland and I can put our heads together and think about what that looks like and then get back to council with a suggestion. How are we feeling about that? Councillor Demota, go ahead.
I feel good about that, and thank you. I was going to volunteer as well, but that's fine if we've got other people on there. I talk too much anyway. I was expecting a letter prior to our meetings today from the Hotel Association in regards to our utilities, and I was told that there was one on the way. I'm not sure what the holdup is or what the issues were, if there was actually one sent out. But along the similar lines, it's kind of late in the day in regards to our budget and utility discussions. However, if you're going to be setting up an ad hoc, if we are committee, and I don't want to be including one agency and then be exclusive of another entity, so to speak. So I would be prepared to hear something or see something come forward from them. If not, then that's not a big deal. But if you're going to be entertaining having discussions with the local group, then I would expect something coming forward. If not, then it doesn't matter. But I just want council to be ready for that.
Thanks for that. Well, we all want to be responsive. And we have a timeline. And it is difficult, but we have to wade through it. I guess we all understand that these conversations, questions, and provision of answers to them and so on is exactly the reason that we have the public budget discussions. But I think everyone recognizes that, particularly in this time when, I don't know, the economic ground is moving under our feet, perhaps even though we have been talking about some of these issues for some time, it is only fairly recently that the impact, potential fiscal impact of the decisions we're making is really becoming clear to the community. So one way or the other, we have to make sure that we have provided adequate opportunities for public engagement. So All of that being said, maybe following this meeting, we can, as I've suggested, discuss creating an additional opportunity, particularly for the business community represented by the Chamber. It seems maybe Hotel Association may be looking for input, but maybe that would come through a letter. Hopefully to accomplish some further public engagement between now and next Tuesday. So if there's nothing further, we will proceed with the rough roadmap that we laid out here today to try to create those opportunities. All right, then that's what we will do, and I will confer with Mayor Ireland, and we will get back to council. And then I think the feeling is that any and all council members interested in attending whatever meeting we sort out certainly would be welcome. I don't think it's necessary to limit that. If I don't see any hands waving in disagreement with those proposed next steps, then I will move on. Gone. Thank you very much. All right, valuable discussions, and thank you again for all members of the public who have provided input in writing to council. I know of at least one more letter that I have seen come in since the last agenda and will therefore appear on the next agenda. And I really want to encourage those members of the public, whatever sector they may hail from, to send input by letter to council. It is a very different in kind and outcome way of communicating with council as opposed to speaking to councillors individually. I think we're all willing always to hear individually from councillors, but that's not quite the same as submitting a letter to council as a whole. We made that little speech. I will move us on to agenda item 11. Council representation on various boards and upcoming meetings. Councillors, what have you got to report? Councillor McGrath, thank you. For some reason, I can see your hand more easily now.
Thank you. I just needed to clean my cell phone. Tomorrow I will be attending a Healthy Communities conversation from 1 until 2:30 p.m., as well as a Municipal Library Board meeting at 4 p.m. On Thursday, I will be attending the Municipal Inclusion Committee, and on Monday, I attended a Yellowhead Regional Library meeting remotely.
Thank you very much. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Butler. And although it doesn't fit precisely within this agenda topic, I thought I would mention that I had the pleasure of a telephone call with Alberta's new Lieutenant Governor yesterday at her request. She was appointed in late August 26th, I think, and typically would be making a tour to visit communities throughout the province. And because she is prevented from doing that, she's making telephone calls. So I had a nice chat, brought her up to speed with respect to some of the issues we're facing in Jasper. But she did indicate something that I would like to share with council and with those members of the public who are watching. She is very interested in receiving and then circulating positive stories of individuals in communities meeting the challenges presented by COVID. So I invite any councillors or any members of our public who watch this broadcast or the rebroadcast, if they have those inspirational stories from within the community of people dealing with and overcoming the many challenges of COVID, if those can be shared either with me and I will pass them on to the Lieutenant Governor or directly to her. I thought it was a really positive approach to try and deal with some of the issues arising from COVID. And I indicated to her that I would help her amass those positive stories. So I just throw that open to all of council, to staff and to the community for whatever input you're able to offer. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mayor Ireland. I myself attended a meeting of the Evergreen Evergreens Foundation last week. It was our annual organizational meeting followed by a regular meeting. And at the organizational meeting, I was appointed as chair for the coming year. I'll just take this opportunity on a little bit of a sadder note to confirm, because it is public knowledge, that there are now, at last word, I believe, 6 cases, it might be 7 COVID cases associated with Alpine Summit Seniors Lodge, which includes the DAL. The organization is not distinguishing, as I think is appropriate, between residents and staff, and between the DAL, designated assisted living portion, that is the portion connected directly with the hospital, and the other portion. All measures are being taken. I myself. Sorry, I maybe shouldn't have brought this up. What's happened to me. I'm very concerned about what's going on there, and just felt when we had those earlier conversations about the state of COVID in the community that I had not taken the time to mention those cases. But as it is public knowledge, it's appropriate to mention it here. The foundation is updating residents on a daily basis as to residents and their families as to that outbreak. It is of great concern. Sorry about that, Council. Any further updates, Councillor Kelleher MP?
Thank you for that report, Councillor Butler. I just want to report on Community Futures. Last week, Thursday, we had a board meeting on the Regional Relief Fund from Western Diversification. They have allotted $3 million more to our area. So these were $40,000 loans that were given out to people that were not able to receive the $40,000 loan through the Canada Fund for different reasons. So now anybody that was not able to get some funding through the relief because we ran out of money, their opportunity is there. And if somebody's got less money, they can now apply up to the $40,000 with Community Futures. It follows the same lines as the Canada Fund, except that if you didn't meet their specifications, you don't. So if you were over 1.5 million or under $20,000 in payroll, you can apply for this fund now. It does not allow you to apply for the extra 20,000 that the other fund allows you to apply for.
Right, thank you. Oh, sorry, did I cut you off? Go ahead.
And they just need to contact Community Futures office or the website.
Thank you very much. Any further updates, Council, with respect to agenda item 11? Seeing none, we have a blank slate for upcoming events. Anything further there from Council? Seeing nothing then, I think that we are at the point where I could entertain a motion to adjourn, whereupon I will, even though I will no longer be chairing because there will not be a meeting to chair, I will call a 10-minute recess, and then at least that is my suggestion, and then we will reconvene 10 minutes later, and Mayor Ireland will call the special meeting to order under this same Zoom link. So if that's amenable to Council, Councillor Kelleher MP has offered a motion to adjourn. There's no further discussion. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. And to our community, if you're not staying tuned in, stay safe, and thank you for your patience and understanding and for your input at all stages. See you, Council, in 10 minutes. That puts us at 2:32.
Quorum, we have unanimous attendance, which may be important. So I will call this special meeting of Council of the Municipality of Jasper to order for December 8th, 2020. Councillors, you received earlier this afternoon a proposed agenda for today's meeting. It is in quite general terms, but I think covers what is required today. Are there in particular any additions that might be made to the agenda? If so, any other business would require unanimous consent. Otherwise, I would ask then for a motion to approve the agenda for this special meeting as circulated. Councillor Wilson, thank you. All in favor? That is carried. There are none opposed. So we have an agenda to consider the report and recommendations that council received earlier today in our committee of the whole meeting. And in order to consider in particular, a motion to give direction to administration regarding the application of bylaw number 70, being the conduct in public places bylaw, we would require a motion to waive notice to be able to consider that at this special meeting. Could I have a motion from a councillor to waive notice? Councillor Wilson, thank you. Is there any debate or discussion with respect to the notice, or pardon me, the motion to waive notice? Seeing nothing, I will call the question. All in favor? That is carried. There are none opposed, so we may then discuss the motions and or pardon me, the topics. It was brought to my attention, although I mentioned earlier we would need notice of motion. We would need motion to waive notice of first and second reading. First and second reading are in fact notice themselves. So we can dispense with a further motion to waive in that regard. So if we can turn first, I would suggest to changes to the conduct in public places bylaw, or how that might be implemented, or what direction council can give to administration in that regard. If I could turn that back to Mr. Van Tighem on behalf of the ECC, can you clarify exactly the recommendation that comes forward with respect to what amounts to the requirement to wear face coverings in some outdoor public places?
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I think we can screen share too with Ms. Nadon has the actual document. Hang on, now my phone's going off here. Turn that off. Apologize for that interruption. This has been a very, very challenging item to put into any type of verbiage, and it's, I guess, where it all started. It started back a number of meetings ago. We were meeting with Dr. Declan Unsworth, and we spoke at great lengths about the masking situation in the community, and everybody had anecdotal stories about things that happened and didn't happen, and people not following the rules and whatnot. But I think the group came to a consensus that we needed to improve or increase the amount of masking in the community. And of course, we bounced all over the place too. At one point, it was everywhere in town other than in your own private residence, every street, every alley, everywhere. And then we kind of whittled it down and worked through it. And we came up with extending what we already have in place, which is the downtown core. And we nicknamed it Hotel Alley, but basically what the intent was is we're extending it down Connaught as well as on Geeky from Bonhomme back to the back of the Sauridge, so the parcel CH, I believe it's called. So in effect, that whole area is hotels, and there's also Canal Court in there, as well as what they call the Trans Mountain Pipeline Circle. So that whole area is encompassed in this proposal. And the reason to add that is because we saw that area as the most need, as in that is where the most traffic is. The sidewalk traffic is particularly on weekends, on evenings, on the weekends. It's quite a busy spot, and just as busy as the downtown core can be on a Saturday afternoon kind of thing. And I think we've all witnessed the groups of people hiking to the center of town from the Sawridge Hotel, not paying attention to any Alberta health guidelines. So that, I think, is what got us to that designation. And so it's described as Geeky Street and Connaught between Bonhomme Street and Parcel CH. But basically, it's that whole area that encompasses all the hotels in that area. We already have the downtown core covered. That left the west end of town where we have the Mount Robson and the Moline hotels. So that was the next spot, and that's Connaught Drive between the Waterwell building and Pine Avenue. So essentially, this proposal covers all our areas of major concern. Is it perfect? I don't think so, but I think it's a really good start. And I supported it, and it came from initially from Drs. Declan Unsworth and Dr. Lisa Wilson, as well as I believe some of their counterparts. Now, I'm assuming, I'm not assuming, but I'm sure that John Greathead or Gord or Christine Nadon could add to this and probably supplement what I'm saying. But if not, I guess we can have some questions or some discussion on this.
Thank you, Mr. Van Tighem. Oh, there, we are no longer screen sharing, so now I can see individuals and I can invite questions. And before I do that, I would just make my own comment with respect to the recommendation. And I'm going to presume that it was intended to be included, and I would just look for perhaps some additional language so that it would be Geeky Street and Connaught Drive between Bonhomme and Parcel CH, but including Juniper Avenue and Cavell Avenue between Geeky and Connaught.
That was the intent, Your Worship, and no, it does not specifically say that, but the intent was to include Cavell, Juniper, and Bonhomme.
Right. Okay. And I'm only suggesting that maybe those words could be added, because I take it that although Connaught and Geeky are to be included, Patricia Circle, the interior, would not necessarily be included, although it's within the same outside boundary.
That's correct, Your Worship. It happens to fall inside those boundaries, but we did not come up with verbiage to delete it from that. So perhaps we could. I guess one of the things that I was trying to keep it simple, which is extremely difficult to do. But yeah, we can discuss that, and perhaps Christine Nadon has some magic language where we can alter this.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I think there is little magic required. Just I would think just the additions of Juniper and Cavell Street or Avenue, whatever they might technically be called. And then I think the rest is clear enough because the interior is not on Connaught or Geeky. I open it though to questions or comments from other councillors. Councillor Butler, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I don't really like very much the direction here in this respect. I mean, none of us like that we're even having to contemplate this, but we do have to contemplate it. My fear is that a lot of this is going to be directed towards visitors, particularly by dint of including, the access to the hotels, and they're not going to have a clue what is meant by this bylaw. Communicating the nuances of which streets we're referring to will be very difficult. And I wonder if the ECC considered a different approach, which might be making masking mandatory in all outdoor spaces where people are find themselves within 2 meters of others. Because of course, the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to be discovering that there are areas of town where, if we go this route, where people do still congregate, whether they're walking together or whether they're watching a sport or these kind of things. And of course, they should be masked if they're within 2 meters of anyone else outdoors. And I'm wondering if the ECC gave consideration to, really a community-wide requirement, but stipulating that when you are within 2 meters or some other distance for that matter of others.
The answer to that is yes, we did. And that was where we spent most of our discussion earlier on with this issue, was talking about the community-wide masking. We talked around a lot, and this is what we came up with, but I am going to offer this up to John Greathead and Ms. Nadon to speak to as well, if they don't mind, because they were involved in this discussion at the same time.
Deputy Mayor, we did discuss this, and this was a concern wherever you cannot keep the 2 meter separation, and it definitely would follow best practices. But at the ECC level, we thought it would just have been such an exceptional step forward from what AHS guidelines are that we did not offer that at this point. There was too many variabilities in there. But I would like to say that the RCMP are asking that, if we had a mask mandate throughout the entirety of town, it would make enforceability that much easier and likelier to happen. It would be more robust. Quite often they're called to attend complaints where you'll have a certain person that doesn't believe that COVID is real and that it's a hoax, and they're called to attend the businesses where one or two of these anti-maskers will be present. And by the time they get to the person, they're walking out of the store, they're on the street. There's it just becomes a burden for RCMP and bylaw to deal with. So their recommendation was to go in the entire town site. That was where they wanted to lead us to. But through the ECC, through a bunch of discussions and involving the doctors and such, we narrowed it down to pretty much the hotel district and the indoor workspaces and indoor areas is our recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead and Mr. Van Tighem. Councillor Butler, if you wish any follow-up, I'll provide you that opportunity. Otherwise, I will go to Councillor Demota.
Well, my only follow-up would be that what I didn't really hear referenced was, while I was suggesting that we might consider community-wide, I was suggesting that would be when within 2 meters, which seems to me an easier to understand and maybe perhaps at least as effective way forward. But I do respect that the ECC, with your broad input from the agencies you've talked about, from medical to RCMP, have really hashed through this and have come forward with this recommendation. But I still struggle that, because the masking in the downtown core was, I think, pretty easy to communicate to people. That's the requirement. Now we're really coming down to people are going to have to know either on which blocks they're talking about. I'm concerned more with effectiveness and ease of communication of the requirements than I am with, in a sense, what would be more effective. But I respect that the recommendation is what it is. Thank you.
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Butler, if I can reply to this one, masking within 2 meters on municipal sidewalks is already in effect. So that was dealt with through a motion on the conduct in public places bylaw that was passed in August. So that motion suggested the downtown core in quite a level of detail, which leads me to another answer to that question. But so the downtown core, as well as anywhere on municipal sidewalks where it is difficult to maintain a 2 meter distance, that was the August provision that we got from council. So if I understand your question correctly, that is
yeah.
already in place.
You do, and I stand corrected. So we already have that provision, and clearly the view of the ECC is that that hasn't really on its own gone far enough. So thank you for clarifying that for me.
Yeah, no problem. So so that part is maintained. So this recommendation that we're bringing forward today is in addition to what was passed in August. So this would leave the downtown core anywhere where you can't maintain 2 meters on sidewalks. And that's also an important distinction for the area that we're looking to target this time. It's only on sidewalks. So if there isn't a sidewalk, which there are areas in that area of town that don't have sidewalks. So that's something, a nuance that's important to understand. But I think also for all the materials that are presented today, I would invite council to focus on the legislative aspect of it, which is why we're here. The questions before you are the parts that we as an ECC require to be mandated and therefore require a council decision that we cannot act upon ourselves. And to your point, communicating those restrictions is going to take a significant amount of work, and the detail that you see in the motion presented today is not how this will be presented to the general public, as in it's quite complex and people don't know what the streets are, and it will be through signage and through education and communication, as opposed to what we're going through today is very much a legislative exercise. And as much as we tried to keep it simple, like Mr. Van Tighem said, it is a complex matter. And the words were chosen carefully and subject to edits, of course. But I just invite you to look at this with a legislative lens today, understanding that there's more communications work required around all of it. This part, but also the masking part, or the bylaw part, I guess would be a better statement.
Thank you, Mr. Don. Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the information that's come forward. And although this is way more of a grave situation, but, you know, and forgive the simile that I'm about to present, but this does sound all too familiar to when we were discussing the speed limits in our community, with patching here and there and doing this there and there. So I'm looking at the map and I'm going, okay, so the stretch from Pine to Hazel, where it's all residential, that's okay. And then the same thing on Geeky from, you know, Bonham up to Mayette, with that migration of people, it still happens on that street. So to me, from what I read, those aren't mandatory areas unless it's covered under the sidewalk, where two people, I don't know, it just, to me, it sounds very complicated, even as a resident. There's got to be a better solution.
Your worship, through to Councillor Demota, I think Councillor Demota, your understanding is correct. So the provision of being within 2 meters would apply in that segment between the hotel area and the downtown, but those parts of the sidewalk would not be covered by the motion that's in front of you today. And like expressed by Mr. Greathead and Mr. Van Tighem, we had some conversations around a blanket mandate for outdoor masking in Jasper, and there's just not the medical support behind it. It would make it one of the most stringent restrictions in North America in terms of outdoors. And we just felt like it would perhaps have the opposite effect, as in people would see it as overreaching and therefore cause some negative reactions towards wearing a mask. So that balance is where we landed with targeting the hotel district specifically.
I agree, and I understand the predicament, and that's why, like, you obviously talked about it, and I just, to me, it's really frustrating, and You know, I want to keep our town and the residents safe as well as our visitors. And there is no cure-all. And well, I think there is, but it's not a cure-all, but you're right. It would just be too stringent. But thank you very much for the follow-up.
Thank you both for that. Councillor McGrath, I have seen you waving your hand. I will just suggest this, Councillor McGrath, that the difficulty is that you are a bit of a silhouette and your hand is just part of that. So if when you want my attention, you could just raise your hand in a way that it is kind of silhouetted against the window behind you rather than yourself. It will just be a little bit easier to see, but I have seen it. And so go ahead. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland, and I apologize once again, my other device has run out of battery. I'm curious, you know, it brings me back to the spring, because as we were discussing things in the spring, there was provincial announcements like while we were in our meetings, and I think that's what's unfolding at this very moment in the province of Alberta. And Mr. Greathead just came from a meeting with the province. Is there any indication that the province will mandate what we're speaking of right now, Mr. Greathead, and cover this, or are we still needed to do this on our own?
Deputy Mayor, if I can get speak to that, the conference call that we just had, there's nothing super relevant or major changes, but they did advise us that they want to meet us all again tomorrow at 2 o'clock as they're working through the next level of challenges. They expect to have a better plan by then. So today's meeting was more or less just a placeholder, and then tomorrow we should get further instruction. There was no real indication of what to expect, except that they are going to be becoming much more stringent.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath and Mr. Greathead. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, sorry to dwell on it, but just for clarification, Mr. Don, it sounds like we're just really kind of adding the rest of our town into the masking bylaw. Isn't that correct? Like all of municipal sidewalks, if you can't maintain 2 meter distance, are already encompassed, and we're just, is that true? I guess I'll end my question there.
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Wilson, that is already in effect and has been since August. The motion in front of you today is to add the hotel sector essentially to the mandatory.
So, okay, well, thank you for that, and that makes sense. It might be confusing for us right now. In reality, it's everywhere in our community now, and it will just be the communications department to clarify that for visitors, I think, and citizens alike. For us, it might be confusing, but I think the communications department can sculpt that in a bit more of a understandable way. Well, once they kind of push it out to the public, I think it might not have to identify all of the nuances and areas. It's just, you know, I think there's wording somehow to suggest that if you're outside, you know, and can't maintain 2 meter distance, you need to be wearing a mask. I think there's some simplicity there. It might not be within the bylaw, but it is within the communication of the bylaw, I think.
Yes, that is the intent, and I would suggest that, I don't know if I can do this. Give me just a sec here. These are the minutes from the August 4th council meeting where the previous motion was set to downtown. So the area you see highlighted in yellow here was the wording of the motion that was passed to cover downtown and when 2 meters of physical distance cannot be maintained. And I would suggest we can speak from experience now that we've taken this content and made it more easily communicated to the general public, and you could expect something similar in this circumstance where the sort of complex wording that's being proposed with street names and things like that would be condensed and communicated differently to the general public.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you both. And if I may just make a comment, my understanding of the difference here is that right now in the downtown core, you are required to wear a mask on those identified sidewalks, regardless of opportunities for social distancing. We just came to the conclusion that in that location, there was such a high anticipated risk of being within the 2 meters that we would simply mandate the wearing of masks. And in all other public places, the rule was that if you could not maintain the 2 meters of distance, then a mask was required. And what is intended now is to add to the downtown core, where it is mandatory regardless, the commercial hotel district at both the east end and the west end of town. So that on those specific sidewalks, regardless of what you may think is your opportunity to maintain physical distance, a mask is going to be required, and the rest of the town is still the same. If you can maintain the 2 meter distance, you're not required. If you can't, you are required. Is that a fair summation, Ms. Madon?
I would say yes to that, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Janot.
Thank you. I will go back to Councillor Butler's first comment. We have to keep this simple. The target here is, for the most part, is going to be visitors. It has to be clear. If we start making exceptions to corners and streets and so on and so forth, we're masking the message and it's going to be missed. Ms. Nadeau mentioned that if we went with a blanket, it'd be the most stringent bylaw or mask requirement in North America. That may not be a bad thing. That would put us on a map. But you heard both mayors of Edmonton and Calgary express quite strongly yesterday and earlier this morning. They don't think the province is doing enough and that they're prepared to step up and do more. And I think we have to do more. Cases are at an all-time high. They're not going down. There's no indication they're going to go down. We have to take some, I won't say drastic action, but we have to be serious about the action. And the message has to be clearly communicated. And if we start making exceptions to certain locations, you're going to lose the message. Message has to be clear. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher-Empey.
I just want to clarify something. So if we were to bring in that right down on the center of town or central business district, that we wear a mask at all times. If we brought that in throughout the community, that's pretty hard on people that have asthma, and that if we expect them to go for a walk and there's nobody on the streets and to wear a mask, I think that's unfair. I wear my mask most of the time, but there is people that can't wear masks. They wear them for a certain amount of time while they go into a grocery store. They wear it where they need to walk. But I think it's unfair to ask somebody from the time they leave their house to they come back, if they're going for a walk through the town, to wear a mask the whole time, especially if they're on streets and there's nobody out there. I think that's unfair. I don't think we can mandate that. I think that's very unfair. I absolutely agree that anywhere that there is people should wear a mask, but I don't think we should mandate people to wear a mask when nobody is around them.
I see no other hands up. We do have a recommendation before us. We have waived the requirement for notice, so I would be prepared to entertain a motion with respect to the recommendation if there is a counselor who signifies that they're prepared to make that motion. Or some other form of that motion.
Your worship, I'm happy to screen share again if that supports a counselor putting that motion forward. We do have a motion drafted. Whether it's amenable to council is the question, but.
Yes, thank you. And I was going to get to that, but I see Councillor Wilson's hand first, so I will let him speak and then.
No, honestly, I want Ms. Nadon jumped on it. I wasn't 100% clear. I wouldn't mind seeing it or hearing it once more.
All right, if you could then screen share that recommendation.
I did add, including, oh, I can't highlight, including Juniper Avenue, Cavell Avenue between Geeky and Connaught. So that would exclude the inside of Patricia Circle, which I believe is the intent as well, as that's a residential area.
Yeah.
If I may, Mayor Ireland, it's Councillor McGrath.
Yes, you may. Thank you. That's a good way to do it. Thank you.
Just to address Councillor Keller MP's concerns and reading the complexity of the wording, to reiterate what was said earlier, if you are not within 2 meters of another person, you are okay to doff your mask for that area of your walk until you reach an area where there is others present. Is that correct?
That's correct, except for down in the downtown core where you should wear your mask at all times.
Right.
Because the reason we brought that was because we don't know if somebody is going to come out of a store door and you're right there. So from the time you enter I believe it's right where the Crimson is, all the way down to Esso and up again, was the reason that we brought that in that way, so that if somebody came out of one of the store doors, that you had your mask on and they had their mask on.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
When we began this conversation, I had forgotten that, as Ms. Nanon pointed out, that it's already mandated that in all public places in the community, if you're within 2 meters, or anytime you cannot maintain 2 meters of social distance, that you have to wear a mask. And that isn't even only on sidewalks, it's in all public areas of the community. So, I mean, we already have a really stringent masking bylaw in the community, and I'm pretty satisfied with that. And I think that's what most people are doing. I see a lot of people, if you're walking and you encounter someone on the street and you're not wearing a mask, people are, they're doing it. They're acting like they're coming up on a bear. They give a big wide circle of distance, and I think that works pretty well. The only thing we would be doing here is really adding to, instead of it just being the downtown core, we're really effectively saying in all the business districts of town. So we're just going from in front of downtown businesses to really in front of any businesses. The language looks a little complicated, but in the end, that's what it is. And I think the thinking is when people are coming in and out of hotels and so on, in those areas where it does in practical terms become harder to assure social distance, that you should just wear your mask there. While I don't know that this will make a huge amount of difference, in principle, it's consistent with where we've gone before. We said it before in the commercial business district, now we're really saying in all business districts. So to me, it plays, it works. I don't object, particularly since we're already mandating all other areas in town and public spaces where you can't keep 2 meters social distance. So I'm satisfied that this makes sense. I wouldn't want to see us do anything further like mandating masking in all public places without regard to whether you're within distance. That makes it quite literally hard to go for a walk. So in the winter when it's cold and you have to wear a mask. So I'm okay with this suggestion.
Councillor Wilson.
I would make the motion as worded. I wouldn't be able to reiterate it right now, but as worded, as just read, I would put the motion forward.
Yes. Thank you. So Councillor Wilson, your motion is that council approve the recommendation from the ECC in exactly the format that was most recently screen shared by Ms. Nadon. Correct. Thank you for that motion. I think staff should be able to record that, even though it's not a motion in writing. Any further debate then with respect to the motion? Seeing no hands, although Councillor Demota, all right, you don't have your hand up, so I will call the question. All in favor of the motion? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you very much. And I am going to then ask, I think, Ms. Nadon to again screen share the recommendation with respect to the proposed changes or the recommended changes to bylaw number 228. And again, either Mr. Van Tighem or Ms. Nadon can speak to those particulars.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Council. The next recommendation is that Council amend the Jasper temporary compulsory face covering bylaw, which is bylaw number 228, to include additional indoor spaces within the Municipality of Jasper. And I believe that Ms. Nadon can screen share the definition of that. And just as background on this one again originated with a meeting with Dr. Declan Unsworth and as well as Dr. Wilson, and was a recommendation that again was discussed at great lengths. And this is the recommendation that we've come up with. And again, the intent behind this is to broaden the mask usage, and particularly in inside spaces where it's been proven to be easier, I guess, to spread indoors than it is outdoors. So this is you're reading it now on the screen. That's the definition that we use for indoor workplace or indoor spaces. And then I'll pass it back on to Ms. Nadon or Mr. Greathead if they would like to comment as well.
I don't see Mr. Greathead jumping in very quickly, so maybe I can just walk councillors through what's on the screen. We worked on this yesterday, and essentially the definition of indoors, the intel we're getting from the local physicians is that social gatherings, of course, are an area where the virus is spreading, but workplaces is the other. And indoor public space is what our existing bylaw currently covers. But then the targeted areas here are any other areas where staff might be working together, but that those areas are not necessarily accessible to the public. So the definition of a public space is that the public can be reasonably, by invitation or implied, be able to access certain areas, which in a number of workplaces, there are areas that are not accessible to the public, but that still see staff coming together and in closer contact than 2 meters necessarily. And so those are the areas that are targeted by this new clause in the bylaw. There was discussion around indoor places in general, which causes some concerns around what are the exceptions that we wouldn't necessarily think of now, but that might be impacting those areas with a broad statement such as an indoor space. So an indoor workspace or indoor workplace, I suppose, is the closest thing we could come to have a reasonably strong legislative position, but to also address the physician's concerns around people coming into close contacts in areas that are not necessarily public. So that is the definition before you today. So adding a definition around indoor workplace is one of the amendments. And the other amendment is to change the operative clause of the bylaw, essentially, which now says a person must, in an indoor public place, as it was before, and in an indoor workplace, which is the new clause, wear a face covering in a manner which covers the nose, mouth, and chin. And then in the initial bylaw, there is a remainder of a sentence that goes with that clause that speaks to people who are located behind physical barriers, for example. So someone who's working in a customer service situation and who's standing behind a plexiglass, there is some suggestion or some sense of concern from our physicians that that might not be sufficient, and that the droplets or the virus might be able to get to that individual even though they're behind a barrier. So that being removed from that sentence is also a pretty significant change. So that means it's hard not to use specific examples, but that's it. Someone who's working behind a plexiglass, if there's no one around, technically they could maybe remove their mask, but as soon as there's someone there, they would have to wear a mask even if they're located behind a physical barrier. So that is quite a significant change, and removing that clause from the bylaw is as impactful as adding the indoor workplace statement for itself. So those are the two areas where the changes are targeted here. And like I said, we're seeing spread in social settings, but we're also seeing spread in workplaces that are not necessarily open to the public, hence the recommendations before you.
If I may ask a question, Ms. Nedon, it's Councillor McGrath here. With me not noticing that amendment of the plexiglass no longer being sufficient as a barrier and that being removed, is there any implications or any changes for those who are in our community that are exempt from wearing masks, or do they still fall under the same exemption, and can their rights still be respected with a medical note being on their person?
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. The exemptions that are currently in place in the existing bylaw would remain, so that situation wouldn't change for the individuals that are affected, I would suggest. And another part that we have discussed, but given the tight timeline, we haven't included yet, was that one of the reasons for going with an amending bylaw again is that our intention would be that as long as we are under the enhanced category from Alberta Health, these additional restrictions around indoor workplaces, so going further than just public spaces, this would remain in place as long as our status is under enhanced. If we built in the clause in the bylaw, then as soon as we dropped below enhanced, then we would revert back to our initial intent of indoor public spaces. And then if we were to jump back into enhanced again, which is likely to happen, our number of cases will vary and we might go in and out of enhanced, then this amending bylaw would go into effect and come out of effect essentially on that basis, is something that we had discussed putting in there, but that is not presented as an amendment currently. But that was our intention.
Thank you, Mr. Don and Councillor McGrath. If there is a will to leave the screen sharing, then I will just invite any councillor who wishes to speak to identify themselves, and I will recognize you, but I cannot see hands.
Councillor Butler, I would make a couple of points.
Yes, please do.
Ms. Nadon, I just wanted to say that I've read through the wording here in 3.1 and 3.2 propose pretty closely. And congratulations on the carefully chosen wording. I think it works really well, given what I understand our purpose to be, and better than the wording that the province has been using and applied in the metropolitan Edmonton and Calgary places. I like the wording that says enclosed area in which any group of people in excess of one attend for work or employment. I think that all works pretty well. It does allow a person who has a closed office and is spending time on their own to remove their mask, as you pointed out. Good job. I bet that was quite a lot of work to come up with that wording, and it works for me. I have one concern, and that is in our bylaw, what is it, 228, the original masking bylaw, while it is cited as the Jasper temporary compulsory face covering bylaw, that I don't know what you would call it, the title at the very top of the bylaw in bold, it says being a bylaw, blah, 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 to make compulsory the wearing of face coverings in indoor public places. And I think we should, if we're going to amend the bylaw with an amending bylaw, we should remove that word indoor public places and just say indoor places, because what we would be doing otherwise is amending a bylaw to apply to indoor non-public places where that bylaw is actually titled as being applicable to indoor public places. And it may be a small thing, but to me, I find an internal contradiction there when we have a bylaw stated to apply to indoor public places, and now we're amending it to apply also to indoor non-public places. Maybe a small thing, but I look for internal consistencies there. So I just query you whether that is something that concerns you from a legislative point of view. And thank you.
Thanks for that, Deputy Mayor Butler. I think it is a valid concern, and I wonder if it would be considered. It is the purpose statement essentially of the bylaw, which is at the very top, right? And if we have an opportunity to rectify it, I think we should, absolutely. And so it could be the format that you see for the amendments, 3.1, 3.2, we could have, I mean, the order might vary, but we could add another one that modifies that wording. And as I alluded to earlier, a clause around when this bylaw would be in effect and around the enhanced status could also be added. And under the understanding that we would add those clauses, then council could proceed with the readings perhaps. But we could try to draft on the fly, but we could also just go with the understanding that those items are to be added before first reading is considered. Verbally, I guess is what I mean.
Councillor Kelleher MP here, may I weigh in?
You may.
I really like the idea of adding that when we're in enhanced status. I think that's great. And like Councillor Butler, I really like the wording that if, like I work in an office of my own, and you know, I do have people come in, I put on my mask, and I have other people that work in a separate office from us and they all work alone. And I think it's great that when you work alone, you don't have to wear a mask. If somebody comes in, you do. I really like that. Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Councillor Kelleher MP. I cannot sit here and take all that praise. Mayor Ireland was also a part of this, so you should thank him as well.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland.
You're most welcome. It was a team effort. If I may use this opportunity to interject a bit, and there was this discussion, but it didn't reach a conclusion and therefore doesn't show up in the draft. But I am interested in limiting the additional indoor workplace provision to that period of time that we are in enhanced status. So I would be interested in a slight change that would say in the operative clause that a person must, during the currency of the temporary compulsory face covering bylaw. And in an indoor workplace during such time as the community is under enhanced status, wear a face covering and carry it out. So that it's clear, as long as we have the bylaw at all, it covers indoor public places, but it covers indoor workplaces only while we are in enhanced status.
Mayor Arlen, are you suggesting that that is the whole purpose of the screen share? I mean, we could integrate those edits as is, if you wouldn't mind repeating that, or I think if we make the entire bylaw subject to being under enhanced status, then all these amendments get removed as soon as we drop from enhanced status, and then we go back to the current version of the bylaw. Versus if we add it to the operative clause as you described, then this bylaw is still not having a timestamp on it, or an expiry timeframe, if you will. Does that make sense?
Yes, so what I will propose is that I will write this out and send you a text of my proposal so you could add it to the screen share. But my thought is that the general bylaw may continue to survive, even though we may hopefully diminish below enhanced status. But the operative clause could change at that threshold. So I don't want to see the entire bylaw disappear. I think it served us well, even when we were not in enhanced status. But as we are in enhanced status and during the currency of that, I think these additional measures are warranted. So I don't want them to be treated exactly the same.
And I guess what I'm suggesting is that this amending bylaw is only necessary while we're in enhanced, right? So if we dropped enhanced, then this entire amending bylaw would drop, effectively reverting to
Yes,
our initial bylaw.
well expressed. Thank you very much. I get that.
This is Councillor Butler. I am in support of that idea. I quite like the idea that we would apply this amendment while we're in enhanced status, and then we wouldn't need to address it again if we drop out of enhanced status, and we wouldn't need to address it again if we come back into enhanced status. Other communities have predicated their entire masking bylaws on those kind of conditions. I'm not in favor of doing that with our primary bylaw, but I am in support of that provision within the amending bylaw.
I'm sorry, I was making notes to myself, which I will share with Ms. Nadon. I can see and I have heard no one else that wishes to speak, but if you do, please, oh, there you all are. Councillor Kelleher-Empey?
Oh, I'm in agreement.
Oh, sorry, I thought I saw you waving your hand.
It's just on copy.
And Councillor McGrath, I cannot tell for sure. It looks like your hand is not up. Anybody else? All right, I would suggest then perhaps, Ms. Nadon, that I think, and without seeing the screen share at this time, I think under section 2.1, which is above the highlighted section, we could potentially add to that. This bylaw amends bylaw number 228, the Jasper Temporary Compulsory Face Covering Bylaw, and shall be in force and effective during any period while the community of Jasper is subject to enhanced status pursuant to Alberta Health Services, I don't know what the right word is, pronouncement, or whatever they do, designation.
Perhaps guidelines.
The alternative, your worship, I think would be to, under coming into force, would be the other logical place to have that sort of statement, but I think we're getting to the same outcome.
It's Paul here. I don't want to get too wordsmithy, but I think because the province uses the term guidelines in reference to, you know, suggested protective measures, I think honestly the word there ought to be something like designations, or it might be unclear. It's not my intent to disagree with Mr. Van Tighem, but that the wording there, guidelines, is unclear to me. I think the province is designating areas as being, you know, on various levels of alert. So to me, it is a designation and not a guideline. Restriction would work too. Good, thanks.
I think actually classification might be,
Yes.
in this
There
circumstance.
we are.
I'm on the Alberta Health website, and open, watch, or enhanced is called a region classification. So
There we are.
classification is probably the word.
Yes, excellent. And while you are wordsmithing, I would prefer that it say during any period rather than a period, so that we could go in and out depending on our status.
There were more letters there, but I couldn't read
Yeah.
my own typing. So
It said "and." That was all it was before. All right. Perhaps, well, I could ask for a motion if any councillor is yet prepared to deal with this in this fashion. That is a motion to give first reading to, what is this, bylaw number 231, a bylaw to amend the Jasper temporary compulsory face covering bylaw. Oh, we haven't yet dealt with Councillor Butler's issue that if we're going to do this, we should add an amendment that changes the name of the underlying bylaw to 28 to deal with indoor places rather than indoor public places.
what would you call that statement, your worship? Like the equivalent of this, is that the purpose statement of the bylaw? Be amended to, and then we would include the wording there, or? I believe what Councillor Butler is trying to tell us is that this section here specifically,
Yes.
Bart. What do we call this paragraph?
I have a question on that, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Would that mean that we need to have businesses and or other places that have the bylaw posted change every time we go in and out of enhanced status if we go and do that? Or would that just be bylaw 228?
That
From
is
there
a
on
very
in.
good question. And the reason that this is being proposed as an amending bylaw rather than repeal and replace as we normally do is precisely to leave those signs alone. It will still be bylaw 228. It will have been amended, but it's still that bylaw. So nobody needs to have a new sign that says bylaw number 231 instead of 228. But we could still change the name, as Councillor Butler indicated, to more properly reflect that this is a bylaw that deals with face coverings in indoor places.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm unmuted.
I have a question for Ms. Nadon. I'm wondering how much you enjoy typing live in front of the entire community.
Oh, I'm here to serve, Deputy Mayor Butler.
You're doing very, very well. It's pressured. Thank you.
I guess I don't need to be in all caps, or you get where I'm going, right? So just
Yes.
removing the word indoor from the current preamble. Ms. Byrne was texting me that the word we were looking for was preamble, I think is accurate. It's the preamble of the bylaw that we're trying to change. Does that capture it?
No, the change public to indoor. It used to say indoor public places. Now it should say
Yes.
in indoor places. That does it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, any further comments with respect to bylaw number 231, which is the amending bylaw? Is there a counselor out there prepared to move first reading?
I'll move that. Butler.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I have a motion then from Councillor Butler to read for the first time bylaw number 231, a bylaw of the Municipality of Jasper to amend bylaw number 228, being a bylaw of the Specialized Municipality of Jasper in the province of Alberta, to make compulsory the wearing of face coverings in indoor places. Any further debate with respect to the motion for first reading? Seeing nothing, all in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And might I have a motion from someone then to give bylaw number 231 second reading? Councillor McGrath, thank you. See no hands looking for debate, so I will call the question to give second reading to bylaw number 231. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So we are at the end of this road for today, I believe. This bylaw can be submitted now to Parks Canada for certification and come back before us for final approval next week. But I would suggest, but I would ask for council's concurrence in this, that in the interim, administration may properly start dealing with the communication issue. This, although it's not yet formalized as a bylaw, it signifies the intent of council to move in a particular direction. And to the extent that communication is at the core of all of this, I would think that we might wish to direct administration to proceed with developing and communicating the message in anticipation that this time next week, we will have achieved third reading. I see some nods. Does that sound fair? All right. And Ms. Nadon, I'm seeing general concurrence from council, so that gives you and your team in communications an opportunity to start developing the message.
Yes, thank you for that, Your Worship. And I think this is as much as we could have hoped to accomplish today in terms of getting some strong direction from council and first and second reading of the bylaw, with this understanding that we may start developing and pushing out our communications materials to prior to third reading, which technically in a different circumstance we wouldn't do, but given the situation in our community and the importance of getting that message out there, we're happy to get started, and I appreciate your clarification of that direction from council.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. We look forward to that process starting and the bylaw going to Parks and hopefully back again for next week for third reading. In the meantime, there is every indication that provincial announcements may occur this afternoon. Whether or not they impact this remains to be seen. But for our community, we have made an important statement, I think, for the benefit of the community. And we can only hope that the province will similarly take steps to protect all the residents of Alberta, including those in Jasper. I think that concludes our business at this special meeting. Is there anything I have overlooked? I see nothing. So I will then ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Kelleher MP. All in favor? There are none opposed. It is 3:41 p.m. and we are adjourned. Thank you all very much. And in particular, Mr. Van Tighem, our thanks to you and Mr. Greathead and the rest of the ECC team, including our local doctors, all who have contributed to an important step that we can take on behalf of our community. And we really appreciate all the work that goes on behind the scenes, and thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Lots of work there.